Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So waiting on one or two more here.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Aaron.
Good morning.
All right, there we go. Perfect. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. All right, got a full quorum here. Okay, let's see. We'll go ahead and get started here. I'll share out my screen. So did anybody have any burning questions that came up last night that you couldn't sleep over? All right. All right. So no questions came up from yesterday. Anything? No questions came up. Okay. Very good. Good. All right. Let's go ahead and continue on then. So we'll go ahead and just pick up from where we left off yesterday. That brings us into Lab C here, and that is about creating knowledge flows with variables and image click points. So we've already done some of these things already, so none of this is going to be super new for you. But we're going to do some additional options. We're going to show some additional capabilities of variables and how they can again make your knowledge flows more contextual for users, more useful, more engaging, and we're also going to show how to submit a ticket to Service Manager. So there will be a little bit of work we'll do in Service Manager today in order to get that set up. We'll show you how to set up the project for submitting tickets through self-help to Service Manager. So we'll show that as well. And if we have time at the end of the day today, we'll then go a little bit over service bots as well and how to set up and configure service bots. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get started then. We'll go ahead and jump into Lab C. That's page 70 on your guide. And within this section, we're going to create a new structure. I know the screenshot is outdated on this, but essentially you're going to keep going through the sequence of lettering. So it's Lab C and then whatever letter follows from there. In order to go ahead and create the lab structure. The rest of the folders are correct as far as the naming goes. Again, just stick with whatever name convention you're using within the brackets. So variables, image, and click points is the folder under labs, and then you're going to go ahead and create procedures and resources under the same level. Within the procedures folder, you're going to go ahead and create a new procedure called phone hotspot, and then go ahead and build out the procedure. Just the architecture. So the architecture they're seeing here with the start and all the different steps and options. Go ahead and build out that architecture. leave all the endpoints as they are and everything like that. We're going to come and make some additional changes afterwards. You're seeing in this graphic some little icons that show up within the steps. Those will show up later after you go through configuration. Okay, so essentially this is showing somewhat of a completed architecture here, a completed configuration. But you're just going to go and set up the architecture. Don't worry about the little icons that show up. All right, from there, you're going to go ahead and upload the images into the resources folder, and then go through the process of setting up the actual images within the first part of the steps. I'm going to give you some guidance here on this particular piece, and then I can go ahead and let you loose. We're going to go ahead and configure on the first step this how to set up personal hotspots. It's pretty easy to paste in the text. You've done that before. We're going to go ahead and set up a table with 2 columns. You've done that before. Insert respective images. You've done that before. What you haven't done is resize an image. And so this is going to show you how you can resize an image, and there's a couple of ways you can do it. When we resize images, we typically want to find, of course, what our final size should be. And we want it to be the same size as the iOS image, which means we need to know what size that is. And you can do so by clicking on the image, and it gives you a little context menu. When you click on the change size logo, the little X logo there, it gives you the actual width of what it is right now, which is 300 by 300 pixels. That means we need to make our Android the same aspect ratio, 300 by 300. All right. And to do so, you simply click on the image, and it gives you the same options. You simply change the values to 300 by 300, and it'll automatically resize. It just so happens it's double at 600 by 600 by default, and that way it makes it easy to resize. You can also directly edit pictures through like a picture editing program on your computer. And to do so, you can right-click the image within Self-Help Studio, select Open. It'll open in Paint on here, and you can resize the picture in Paint, save it, and it saves it back up to Self-Help as the new size, and therefore permanently it would be that new resized value. So that's a different way of going about it. Okay, so this one's a temporary resizing, meaning the source is still large, but we're just resizing it within the step here. And the other way is to permanently change it within an app. From there, it's just a matter of going through and setting up the rest of the steps with the content and things like that. So most of the stuff you've done, you'll get to some image click points, and this is where it's using the square to do the different values on those guys. So I'll go and let you run through the rest of this on your own. Just go ahead and get started, starting from step 1. Building out the architecture, going through all of the setup to, let's see, where do we need to go here? And we'll get through that, and then we'll stop. Got a few things to do. To 23, 24. Yeah, we'll stop there. We'll go ahead and go all the way down to 27. That should take you a good while to get through. Go ahead and go through steps 1 through 27 in this area. That'll pretty much configure the entire workflow. Let me know if you have any questions along the way. Let me know if you have any troubles or anything like that, and especially, of course, when you get done. I'll let you go ahead and get started.
Hey Brian.
Yeah.
Until what step or page are we going to do?
Say that question one more time.
Until what step or page are we going to do?
27.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. when you get done with everything up to step 27 and everything tests out correctly for you. Right now, you will have a step that says missing content. That's okay. That's expected. That's based on the set iPhone OS or set Android OS. There's no content here currently. That's expected right now.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done.
Okay. Your pictures don't want to work. Okay. So within that area, okay. So within that area, when you go to the clickable image, you should have 3 individual rectangles. Is that what you have? Okay. And if you click on one, go to the properties of it, you should be able to set that to the particular branch. Mm-hmm. So the clickable area is not working within the Android one. Is it working within the iPhone one, just not the Android one? Okay. How about just setting one for now? Go ahead and delete the others that you may have. Just set one for now and just see if it works. Are you able to set the properties of them? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Uh-huh. Yep. Go back to your studio one more time. Click on go back in there one more time for me, into the same settings you were. Yeah, okay. Just click on the first one, the first green one, and select the properties there. Yeah, okay. All right, go ahead and try to launch it for. Go ahead and click the cancel. Cancel is fine. Click the save button top left, just underneath the content button. That one works as well. Yeah, that works. Try to launch it one more time. I think it was just a delay in the save. It just wasn't writing quick enough for you. You can get rid of those buttons down there on the bottom. Going back to the properties of the clickable areas, there is a checkbox that says hide corresponding button, and that will get rid of the little buttons down below, so that way your user will just use the image to navigate. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so sometimes I do run into that delayed save every once in a while. I think I've mentioned that before. Um, I don't know what causes it. I know I've just run into it once or twice. Sometimes it's just forcing the save will get you over that hump. All right. Okay, so is anybody still working on their procedure?
Yes, I am.
Okay, no worries. I knew this one would take a little bit of time, so yeah, no problem.
I'm done.
All right, anybody else still working? Okay. All right. So at this point, what we have is a knowledge flow that allows us to give an end user an option to choose whether or not they have a Android or if they have an iOS device, and then walk through the proper process to set up a hotspot based on those devices. Now, eventually, what we're going to end up getting to do here, there's going to be a couple things we're going to be able to do by the time this is all said and done. One, we're going to be able to identify the option that they chose here. Okay, that's what this set iPhone OS or set Android OS step is for. So that way we can regurgitate it later as part of a ticket process. We're also going to show a way how to identify whether or not they're accessing this workflow, this knowledge flow, from an iOS device or even from an Android device and automatically select that path for them. Okay? So there's some options that we can do to make this work for us. What I would like to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the next steps here, and that's going to be adding this common endpoint. All right. So when we do a ticket creation at this point, in other words, we're going to go out to a common endpoint. And in that common endpoint, we're going to have a marker built in because everybody's got to come into that single marker. And then it's going to have a common endpoint. And we're going to actually just create a loop here, just so that way you can walk through multiple ways with a single loop. So what I would like you to do is go ahead and walk through the first 3 steps here. This is literally just dragging and dropping. So that you're going to turn the very first one into that first stop, you're going to turn that into a go-to action. That's right-clicking on the step, select go-to action. And then the rest of them, they will automatically turn into go-to actions simply by dragging and dropping the end button into the pathway between the step and that go-to action. It will automatically turn into a marker. And you're going to drag and drop each one of those onto the same marker. So if you click on it, it's going to be red. Let me go ahead and give you an example. So the very first one, simply right-click and select Turn into Go-To Action. Okay. From there, from the very last one at the bottom, I'm just going to work my way up, and it's going to be, I'm going to make some room here. There we go. So I can just click and drag right between those two. It creates that little ghost marker. Whoops. Creates that little ghost marker there. I drop and let go, and it creates the marker. From there, it's a matter of dragging and dropping each one right on top of that same marker. Yep, that's what I want you to go ahead and do now. Go ahead and get that done, and let me know as soon as you get done.
Done.
Okay. All right, anybody else? All right. Okay, so sorry, did somebody say something?
No, we're good.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so we have a common endpoint. So what that means, no matter which path we go, no matter which option is selected, it's always a common endpoint. So even if I end up with Android USB, as you can see, clicking on this option here, following the red line, it goes from the red icon to the other red icon, which finally ends up at this go-to action. As of this point, it's not going to go any further. In other words, it won't stop, it won't return, it won't do anything. And as you can see, there is actually a little, it's hard to see that, but there is a little exclamation there in the corner of this go-to action. What that means is the go-to action here does not go anywhere. It's a go-to action, but it's a go-to action to nowhere. So it's going to be essentially broken. What we're going to do is we're going to loop this all the way to the front. To do that, simply take this guy right here, drag it all the way to the front between the start and the first step, and it creates a marker for you. So now what we've done is created a full loop. So no matter what option you select, at the very end of that option, you'll be dropped back to the beginning. You can go ahead and run through the procedure once, just to kind of give you an idea of what that does. Pick whatever pathway you like, and at the end of it, it puts you right back to the beginning. So it's following the loop. Right. In general practice, I wouldn't necessarily put a user into a loop, an infinite loop like this. I would always give them some kind of out. Okay, so that way, if they do have a series of choices and we allow them to restart at the beginning so that way we can go through other choices, you always want to make sure, I'm just going to show this on screen, you always want to make sure you have a way to give them an out. And that is simply as simple as adding another branch, for example, and just calling it whatever you want here and just say, I'm done. So when they restart or that when they start up or when they loop, no matter what, they always have an I'm done option. And that way it allows it to safely exit, and then they'll be put back into the portion of self-help from wherever that procedure launched from. That way they're not stuck in this infinite loop and then they have to use the navigation menus to get out of it. Okay. These are very helpful. Having this type of loop here is very helpful, especially if you have a long list of items that a user could go through, like going through features of a phone, going through feature 1, all the way to the end, loop back to the beginning. Now I can go through feature 2, all the way to the end, back to the beginning. Now I can go through feature 3, 4, 5, etc. And then maybe as soon as I get done, or maybe feature 1 and 4 are the only ones I want to see, and after that, I can simply select the I'm done, and that would exit me out of the procedure. So that way, as an end user, I have a way to see all I want to see and then still safely exit. Okay? So you can build these things out that way. You can also use these markers and these go-to actions as a way to bring a user through a pathway and then bring them back to the beginning. For example, if I have a procedure that asks me, walks a user through how to reset the password on an account they may have. Well, maybe they don't have an account yet. They're trying to get in. Maybe they don't know that they don't have an account. Or maybe they need to verify their account. Maybe they need to recall their username. So you can walk through an option that says, reset my password, forgot my username, or how do I see if I have one? And you can walk them through as an option. How do I see if I have one? Walk them through the steps and then loop them back to the beginning of resetting the password or recovering the username. And so that way it walks them through a pathway, giving them a way to go back through and jump them into the next phase. You can jump these markers to anywhere you like. They don't have to go back to the beginning. They can go anywhere. And so you have an option to run these things anywhere and recycle users into any portion of the knowledge flow. It's very, very handy, very useful in a lot of different use cases. All right, any questions on those? Okay. All right. So that gives us a way to exit, provide a loop, different things with the markers, things like that. All right. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create another variable. All right. So this one's going to be called phone OS. So what this is going to do, it's going to hold a value, either Android or iPhone for us, and we're going to be able to recall that at a later point. You've already created a variable before, so this is really nothing new. What you're going to end up doing is setting the variable in the set iPhone OS step and the set Android OS step in that macro tab. And you're just going to set that value. You're also going to change that to an action step. So if you recall, currently it's on an action step. You'll have to change that to an action so that way, remember, the content is no longer visible then to the user. So your missing content feature goes away. Doesn't exist anymore. All right, so you're going to go ahead and run through that. And then we're going to go ahead and simply convert that last option, the go-to action. We'll convert that back to an end step. Because what we're going to end up doing is adding some additional options. And this is where we get into integrating Service Manager into this particular process. All right, so what I'd like you to do is go ahead and set the variables first. Go ahead and stop at exercise 3-4. And we'll continue on. So let me know when you get the variable set and test it and make sure that it's showing up correctly. If you recall, you test, you have your show debug window. So when that feature comes, make sure that the variable is displayed and it has the value listed. go ahead and run through that and let me know when you get done, and we'll stop at 3-4. That's what that was? Yeah, 3-4. We'll stop there.
I'm done.
I'm done.
Button again. All right, everybody good to go? Sorry. All right, we'll go ahead and continue on here. We're going to go ahead and move into exercise 3-4, and that's for integrating Service Manager. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and walk through these steps here. We're going to go ahead and, of course, convert the last action step back into a go-to end. We're also going to end up creating some options. We're going to add a step that just simply asks, do you still need assistance, and then provide some values. So they want to ask, what kind of, in other words, were you successful in getting your hotspot set up for your whatever device? And were you successful getting your hotspot set up? And that's going to be a yes. Yes. Were you successful? Yes, I need help. Or do you need assistance? No, I don't. We can change the wording on this because I don't think the options match based on the wording. So we'll go ahead and update the wording to make that fit the options that you're going there. And then in the additional setups here, we're going to be creating a form. That form is then going to be called submit a ticket, and we're going to go ahead and allow the user to put in some information, what the detail is, things like that. we're then going to go ahead and configure a create ticket call to actually set up a REST call to Service Manager. So we're going to have to go into Service Manager for a minute just to verify some catalog information. We'll set up some username and password information, things like that, and make sure that everything is good to go. All right, let's see. Then we'll go ahead and provide the information before the ticket is submitted. And at the end of the ticket submission, we should get a ticket number back. And that would allow us to give the user confirmation that the ticket number was successfully created. From that point, it's just simply handled as a regular ticket in Service Manager, and whatever processes take effect at that point. Okay, so we're going to walk through some of this together. Let's see. Let's go ahead and step back to the beginning here. Go ahead and convert the step here. Let's go ahead and just walk through some of this together just to make sure we're all working well here. Go ahead and convert that first step to an end step. So within your self-help tool, this go to action, very last one, you're going to convert that back to an end. Okay. What that's going to do, that's going to remove the link between the marker and it, because this is now the exit point. Yep. So this marker between the iOS Wi-Fi and the end is still valid because all of these guys go up to it. But the one in the beginning really is irrelevant now. It's no longer needed. You can leave it there, or you can simply delete it. It doesn't cause any harm being there. Okay. All right. Our next step is to go ahead and add a so insert a page with choices. You're going to go ahead and right-click on the action step. Well, not the action, not the go-to action, but the marker there. Right after this guy, we're going to insert a step after the marker, and you have an option that says insert a page with choices. So what that does actually just builds in the choices right off the bat. So that way you don't have to do 2 clicks, one to create the page and one to create the action steps or the branches. You can just create it right off the bat. Go ahead and set in the content here for this. You still need assistance with the 2 options. You can provide, you can update this wording. I think this is not exactly written right for our purpose here, but you can go ahead and update the wording. The goal here is to incorporate the variable. So that way we want to regurgitate the fact that they've set up a hotspot of some kind on their particular device. And I'll also show you how to call out that the hotspot type as well. We'll do that here in a little bit. First of all, let's go ahead and get these 2 options set. All right, so our options are either yes, yes I do, or no, I'm good. So we can actually say yes, I still need assistance, or no, I don't need assistance, just to provide some button options that make sense for the end user. We can change up some of the wording on the options just to make it easier. So we can simply say no, don't need assistance. Need further help, further assistance. Take the yes or no out of that. Just leave a sentence there. Yep, we have our 2 options here. Next, we're going to go ahead and create a simple form. It's going to have a multi-line text input field. It's called hotspot ticket. you're going to simply provide a label. Please let us know what's not working. And you're going to make it required. We have to get something back. Okay. And then that's going to be added into a step on the I need assistance side. And that's going to just simply be a step called submit a ticket. And we're going to add the form in there. And that way the user can go ahead and provide the information that we're going to need to know of what's going on. After that point, we're going to go ahead and redo a new step. That's going to be verify ticket info. And that's going to regurgitate, we know who they are. We're going to identify what their mobile operating system is, what type of device it is, and we're going to provide the description that they wrote. So that way we can regurgitate what they wrote back, and that way they can confirm everything is good before they submit it. Let's go ahead and set up that step in the form. If you remember, we created an employee name variable. You can take advantage of that if you want. All right, before we can complete step 9, we're going to need more information. So we cannot complete step 9 yet. That's going to be the process to submit the ticket. We're going to need a little bit more information before we get there. Let me know once you've gotten through step 8. Sorry, not step 8, 7. Anybody still working? Yes. So we're supposed to create a form. I didn't give a graphic of it, but go ahead and create a form called hotspot ticket and add a multi-line text input field that has a label as please let us know it's not working. So that is the response to the submit a ticket entry that the user put in. So what that shows is the hotspot ticket dot, please let us know what's not working. That is the variable that self-help has created for the form and the response. Okay. Anybody else still working?
I'm working on the form, and when I try it, the layout is wrong or
The layout in
yeah.
what?
The text box is not large enough.
Oh, okay. So make sure it is a multi-line input field, not a single
Yeah.
line input field.
No, it's a multi-line input field, but the description is going off. Text box.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. So when you're pick a direction here. Get to that step. Persistence. You're talking about that right there?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. When you click on it, it actually fits. But yeah, this is an artifact of the skin, I suppose. So there is a way to make this text box wider. If you do want to make that wider, within the questionnaire, or I'm sorry, not the questionnaire, the form itself, there is an input field, the width and height
Okay.
of the display. So you can change that, for example, up to 300 maybe. See if that does anything better for you.
Okay. Cool.
And then relaunch it and see if that fits. You might have to go a little bit more than 300, but hopefully that will fit it in there. But yeah, that's an artifact of the skin. It's close.
Yeah, it looked good now. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Brian, real quick.
Yes.
When trying to get the and I just tested this the variable set for the phone.
Mhm.
Can you quickly go over that one more time? I'm on the macro tab on the set iPhone OS. Can you just kind of click on that, because I want to see what you have for code. I'm thinking that mine's just, yeah, it is. It's the double quote.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so
Sure.
much.
Yep. Mhm. So this is part of the instruction set is to create the form. That was on step 7. So you're going to add a step, actually just before then, sorry. Step 5, you're going to create a form called hotspot ticket, set a question in that form for please let us know what's not working, and then add set the content, and then add the form into that content area. So all this should be in submit a ticket is just some simple text and the hotspot ticket form. And you can just simply drag and drop the form right onto the content area. Okay. Then the verified ticket info should recall what was put in, not only who the person's name is, not only what phone they selected, but also what they put into that form. So it should be something like this. So I have my verified ticket info. I have my name. I have the phone type I selected, and then I have my description that I just put on the previous form, the previous step. Anybody still working? Okay. All right. I guess we're ready to go ahead and move on then. So it sounds like everybody's got their form together and getting their results. All right. So at this point, we should have our submit a ticket form that recalls the form information for the user to submit some information. We have a step that's going to regurgitate not only who they are, the phone type they selected, but also some ticket detail. Okay, based on the form that they had just filled out in the previous step. Our next step is going to be to use a sub procedure to be able to create the ticket, but there's some detail in that sub procedure we're going to need to enter. In order to get that information, we're going to have to switch over to Service Manager to get some of that information. And also, we want to make sure that our connection, I think it's the self-help connector. There's going to be a connector we're going to go ahead and download and install into this environment. So we're going to walk through some of this together. We're going to deviate a little bit from the guide in order to get this going, but this is going to be necessary steps. All right. In Chrome of your environment here, your RDP environment, go ahead and open up a new tab and go to the Service Manager favorite icon on the favorites bar here. This should bring you to a login for Service Manager. Let me know when you get that up.
I'm there.
Okay. All right. So for the account number, you're going to simply enter 40,000. For the login, you're going to change it to admin at evTry. It should be in the drop-down list. There should be an admin at evTry with a saved password. Go ahead and select that. Excuse me, select that option. And then go ahead and click OK to log in. May take a moment to first log in. Let me know when you get the menu on the left, and you'll get a little dashboard in the middle of the screen here. Let me know when all that comes up. Might take a minute. Mine seems to be taking its sweet time here. Here we go. Finally. Okay. All right. Now that everything's up and available here, we're going to go ahead and go down to references. The menu on you can collapse general just to get a little bit of screen real estate back there. Go into references. Go into catalogs. And go ahead and go into incident catalog. Let me know once you have the incident catalog listed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Click on the name equipment. Go ahead and click on the name for phone. And then go ahead and select the magnifying glass for iPhone. All right. Right now, there is no code value in here. By the way, let me know once you get the details up for iPhone so we can enter some information.
Good.
All right. So for the code, we're going to enter a code value. This is what we're going to use to submit a ticket from self-help to service manager using the code for this topic. So for the code, just simply put in iPhone. Doesn't have to be case sensitive. Actually, iPhone, go ahead and put in iPhone INC just to make sure there's nothing else out there. iPhone INC. And then go ahead and simply save. Let me know once that is saved.
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. The next thing we're going to do is go ahead and collapse catalogs. Go ahead and click on directory, and then go into employees. And here, I'm looking for an integration name. Let me take a quick peek in the background here. I think it might be listed in this folder. I'm just going to take a quick verification. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's a JSON file. Okay, right. We're going to come back to that. All right. Yeah, not what I'm looking for. Okay, no worries. I think we have it in here. In the name, go ahead. Let's see if we can find this here. I'm going to see if we can find it via REST API. Perfect. Simply type in the word REST and you should get an employee name REST API. Let me know once it sorts up to the top and you can select the record. Just simply click the record, not the magnifying glass, just the record to highlight it. Let me know once it's highlighted.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. So take note of the login. You're going to need to know the login. It's listed as REST API. If you need to go ahead and document some of this stuff in like Notepad or something like that, be my guest, just so that way you have something out there. We're going to go ahead and set the password for this account because I'm not sure what it is. So we're going to go ahead and set the password. With the record highlighted green, there may be a change. I think there's a change password wizard right up here at the top. If you don't see it in the first three, then drop down the list and then see if it's in the list. But it should be right up there at the top. Change password. Go ahead and set the password to evapps, EVAPPS. Type it in twice, click finish. And then I'm going to go ahead and document that here as well. Just in case you forget, you might as well go ahead and type in the catalog code here that we just did, which was iPhone INC. We're going to need this information a little bit later. So I'm running it down so I don't forget. Okay. All right. So that should get us to be able to utilize REST for this point. I think that's all we're going to need for now from Service Manager. I'm going to go ahead and have you open up a new tab. And we're going to go ahead and go to the EasyVista Wiki. There should be a shortcut right on your bar, your shortcut bar here, Wiki EasyVista. Let me know once the wiki's open. That is in French.
Good.
You can change your language up here at the top right. It says Francais. Change it over to English. And then from here, we can go ahead and go into self-help. And you're going to go into, I think, the consult documentation. And we're going to go to the bottom left under packages and go to connection packages into the templates. Let me know once you have that up and running or up and available. Yeah. Once it's there, locate Service Manager and download Service Manager. It's going to bring up a new screen here. It's going to walk us through some steps on how it's configured and everything like that. There is a download section further on down. In the procedures, way down at the bottom, how to install it. There is a Service Manager connection package link. Go ahead and click that link to download it, and it should download an AAR file down here at the bottom. You know, once that's downloaded.
Okay.
Okay. All right, once it's downloaded, it should be pretty quick. We're going to switch over. We're going to go back and forth between this document and self-help. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow the directions on how to configure, first of all, we're going to import the package, and then how to configure the package so that way it works with our environment. So let's go ahead and open up self-help. And within self-help, we're going to go ahead and go to File, Import, Import Archive. Let me know once you have the wizard up.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so you're going to go ahead and browse and select the archive to import. It should be in your downloads folder. And it should be identified as EV Integration SM Project, AAR. I'm going to select it and open it. And then click Finish. That's going to create a new project in your environment. It is called Integration with a Pipe EV Service Manager version 1.0. Waiting for this to process here. Here we go. The wizard should disappear all on its own. And that should give you a new project up there, the integration EV Service Manager. So what this contains all of the background processes calling out in REST to create employees, update employees, tickets, actions, all kinds of stuff. What you need to do is pass in certain variables for those REST calls to work properly. And that's how self-help can integrate into Service Manager, is by calling out these sub-procedures, plugging in the variables, and those variables then go off to Service Manager and do fun and crazy things. So what we're going to end up doing, first of all, is we need to configure this project to understand how to communicate with Service Manager. This is not a difficult thing to do. It's just a few areas to set, and it's all based on some of the information we've already gathered and already know about our Service Manager environment. So I'm going to switch back over to the wiki just so that way you have a way to walk through this. In the step 2, it shows how to configure the connection package. This is a really easy procedure to follow. Go ahead and click on the See the Procedure link. And this will walk you through how to do this. So how to configure the Service Manager connection package. Of course, we have to go ahead and import it, which we've already done. And there's going to be, in the variable areas, there's going to be these top level areas, one of which is called the auth section. And in auth, we'll go ahead and plug in a login, we'll plug in a password, and we'll leave the type alone. It should already be set to basic, but we'll just verify that. We also want to make sure that isActive is set to true. I would believe that's already set. And then we'll go into the URL section, enter the account number, which was 40,000 that we logged in as. The API version should already be there, or the API segment anyway should already be there, the segment value, the server URL, and all that jazz. Most of this should already be there. I think the only thing we have to worry about is identifying the server URL, which is going to be listed as the beginning part of this guy right here within your Service Manager URL. Okay, so I'll walk you through that. All right, let's go ahead and step through this. Let's go find the auth section. We're going to set the login and password first. So in self-help, expand that integration EV Service Manager project, expand library, expand project variables. We're going to dive into the O setup. There's an arrow next to O setup. And then you will see auth. Let me know once you have login, password, and type visible in your variable listing. Okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. So to modify this, simply right-click on login and select update. Okay. All right. So the description, this is just a text body description. This is not where you actually put your value. So it says return your account at blah, 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 your domain. In other words, whatever the login is. So if you recall, our login is REST API. That's our login. So where the X's are, simply just replace the X's with REST API. Go ahead and click finish. Do not remove the quotes, by the way. Those, yes. For the login, no, because it's passing into Service Manager. Service Manager is not case sensitive. Okay. Yeah, in Service Manager itself, it is not case sensitive. So even though these logins are case sensitive, I can log in with upper and lower case, and I can pass through a REST call in upper or lower case. Self-help, however, if I log into self-help, it can be upper and lower case, and that is case sensitive. The variables in self-help are case sensitive, but when we're passing information to another product, it doesn't matter. It uses that third-party products requirements for case sensitivity. Service Manager does not have case sensitivity. So we are okay to use lowercase, all uppercase, or a mix. Okay. So go ahead and enter the login. We're going to go to the same do the same thing on password. Right click, update password. And you're going to put in where the X's are under the macro body, what the password is that we've supplied. evapps. All right, let me know once you get those two values set. Yeah. All right, so the type is already set to basic. I'm looking at the value right there. It's already set to basic, so I don't need to change the type. We're going to be communicating to Service Manager. Service Manager uses a basic authentication for REST, so that's what we want. All right, switching back over to our wiki article. That sets these values here. Those are done. The next one is to verify the is active. It needs to be set to true in order for it to function. If it's false, it won't ever work. So that's just a quick review. And that is the is active option here. It is set to true. So we're good there. Yes. Yeah. I don't think it actually searches into the I'm going to go ahead and just do that, but I'm pretty sure it does not search into the project variables because I've done that before. I'll do it again, but we'll see if it actually works. It's been a while since I've done this, but last I recall is that the searches does not go into the library. So if I do URL is a value right there. We'll see if it finds it. So it's capturing within the procedure itself. But not anything inside the variables, only in the procedures. Yeah, no, good question. It's been a while since I've done that one. Last I recall, it didn't do it. It still doesn't. Yeah, it still doesn't search the variables. So the variables, now it does say within the article, enter all the information parameters of the O setup variable indicated below. So everything is contained within O setup, and it's just a matter of going through the auth level, then through the URL level, and there's other levels below that. So it is guiding you directly. The account value, the API, the segment, and then, of course, the server and version. And those are called out specifically right here at that level. So they are there, and the document walks you right through on where to go. But yeah, unfortunately, searching is not an option for the variables. Okay, account. Account is already set to 40,000. So that's good. We like that. API is already set to API. That's fine there. The segment, yes. It's an escape character, actually. So what ends up happening is the values format is 40,000 /, and it's actually adding in a backslash to escape the /. That's it's a conversion tactic that it's doing. Now we want it to contain or to run that backslash, but because of the way these are converted as far as text goes, JavaScript, things like that, it's doing an escape character for the slash. But we do want it with the slash because it builds out the whole URL. And when it comes out, when it builds out the whole text URL, it does include those backslashes within the /. I can't explain all the technical details as to why it's needed, but it just automatically builds it in. No. If I add 40,000 slash, so the value has a slash, as you can see here. If I take out that slash, that just goes away. There's no opposing slashes. As soon as I put in the forward slash, it automatically adds the escape character. For the forward slash, so the forward slash is required because what this is doing, this is building out portions of the URL. In the case of Service Manager REST, it's building out the URL from the base level to the API to the version to the account. So you're adding in the slashes so it can build in each section of the URL. But generally, if you don't need to add a slash to a variable, then you don't need to. In this case, it's needed so that way it can build out the URL. If you broke up the URL into its chunks, that's exactly what the chunks would look like, and the backslash is just an artifact of self-help using an escape character for the slash. Yes. Yes, correct. Yes. Okay, let's see, server version, or the server name itself. So let's go ahead and edit the server. So the server is simply looking at whatever your base URL is for Service Manager. And if we switch over to our Service Manager tab, clicking in the URL line, it starts with https://form.easyvista-training.com, then ending in a forward slash. So just to that point right there, that's all that we need. You can copy that out and overwrite the entire value. And that should paste in correctly. So it should be https://form.easyvista-training.com/. Go ahead and click finish to save that. And now that has been updated. All right, we now have everything we need to be able to send a REST call to Service Manager. We have our authorization. We have the account number for that authorization. We have the URL. The API and version are already built into to our values. We don't have to change anything there. So the rest of the pieces that we're going to need are all going to be based in variables of each individual procedure. So we're going to provide some of that value once we go to submit the ticket. We'll provide the catalog code. We'll provide some information for the text, title, things like that, and the description. And then we'll go ahead and send that ticket in. And then it should go ahead and create as, I don't think it's going to create as us. It's going to create as the REST user because we don't have an account in Service Manager as expert, the email for expert. So it won't create a ticket for our user, but it will create a ticket for the REST API user. Okay, so stepping back through the wiki for just a second. Yes. This is based strictly on Service Manager. So you'd have to call out, make or see the REST URL call from Service Manager to know the entire value. So if I'm in employees, for example, I can do a REST API URL, copy to clipboard. There's my API. There's my V1. There's my account. And then everything else is strictly for the REST call itself. Okay. All right, and if you're doing any other call for any other REST package, for example, that version is all based on the destination REST configuration. We're just building out a URL strictly for EasyVista here. Okay. All right, so we have our REST package available. It is now ready for use. So what that means is we can then go ahead and add our alias. And so our alias, just so you're aware, go ahead and collapse the library. I'll show you where this is. Our alias is going to exist under all these different folders. So we have one for tickets. And if you expand it, you should have all these different procedures, one of which is create a ticket. I'm going to just double click to display some information here. So when I display create a ticket, as you can see, it has a lot of, it's all hidden steps. There's nothing visible at all whatsoever. There's a lot of macros and things like that that are being called through. There's also a sub procedure that's being used here. And then there's finally going to be an output. It's either going to be an error message that displays, which means it was unsuccessful, or there was going to be a message displayed saying that it was successful. Okay, so there's some ways that we can go ahead and, first of all, make this presentable to the end user. Otherwise, they get zero confirmation that there was actually a ticket created. Go ahead and, if you can, locate that create a ticket procedure under the tickets folder. Open it up. I'm going to have you make a small modification here. On the default section for the creation success, go ahead and turn that into a page. What that means is whatever content it is here, it will display to us as the end user. Go ahead and do the same thing on the error side. So in the event that we do get an error, we also know what the error is. Go ahead and turn that into a page as well. Okay. Once you're done, simply close out the procedure, create a ticket. The other piece I wanted to show you on create a ticket, all of these different procedures have aliases. To see what the alias is, you just simply click on the procedure that you want, making it highlighted in blue, and then click on the Properties tab above. That's going to show the properties for the selected procedure. And you're going to see it has an alias, create ticket. Okay, that's how we're going to be able to call this procedure in another project into our current project. If you remember initially, we said we could go ahead and share procedures across projects in the same domain through the use of an alias. And this is the alias value. So this package came in with aliases on all these procedures. So that way, we only have one project, one set of procedures to be able to do all these different things against any other project within this domain or any other procedure within this domain. All right. Now, let's go ahead and collapse. We're going to go ahead and collapse our integration service manager. We don't need to do anything more with it. So it can just simply stay there as it is. What we're going to need to do now is go and step back into our guide. And now we should be able to complete the remainder of our steps. Now we can go ahead and move on and add in on step 8, it says enter the sub procedure after verified ticket info and link it to the alias create ticket. So now we can go ahead and complete step 8. Go ahead and enter the sub procedure, set it to link to an alias, and then we're going to go ahead and fill out some information in the properties that come up. So to do so, simply right click on your verified ticket info, insert a step, and we will go ahead and insert a sub procedure. To link to the sub procedure, you can either double click or you can right click and select link a procedure. And we have different options here. Let me know when you have the wizard up. Okay.
Done.
All right. Okay. All right, so the very first one is link an existing procedure in the same project. That means we're working in our lab project. We would link a procedure from there. Obviously, we have another project we're going to pull a procedure from. That means the only thing we can do is go ahead and link with an alias. If we link with an alias, as you can see, we have a lot of procedures out here now, all of a sudden, that showed up because of the project that we imported. So what we'd be looking at here is the procedure alias create a ticket or create ticket, which is pointing to the create a ticket procedure name. Now, alternatively, for any other purposes, for example, you can create and link a whole brand new procedure from scratch. So if you intend on creating something, for example, you can create one and link it right here, and it does stay within the project. It also stays within the folder wherever you are working on this procedure. So that is an option. I rarely use it, but it is an option. We're going to select create ticket. Click on next. This gives us a lot of different values to put in as part of the ticket creation. So we have to provide and send some of the static values and variables needed to be able to create this ticket. There's a lot of field values to choose from, but there's only a couple that we actually need, a handful really. So within our guide, we're going to fill in the PLN cat code. That's going to be the catalog code that we wrote down earlier when we were looking at our stuff here. Where is my text file? Yeah. So in this view, not that view. In this view, no, there's nothing that shows what's required. However, what comes as, I'm sorry? No, it doesn't say that. That's not where that's provided. So that information is going to have to come from the knowledge of how to use our EasyVista REST. So that's going to be through our REST services package. So if we go back into the EasyVista wiki at the root, there is a consult the documentation for link for Service Manager itself. And within there, there's going to be information about integrations, which also talks about the Service Manager API. So if you're going to be creating a ticket, you need to know what the required and option fields are of EasyVista to create a ticket. We're providing a list of fields that are some are required, some are optional. In other words, I can use one value or another, but one of them is required. And that comes from knowledge of how to use the EasyVista REST. That's not a self-help thing. So this comes from, for example, list of Service Manager REST API methods, in this case, tickets. And then there is the create a ticket procedure. So when I create a ticket, there are certain values that are mandatory. So for example, mandatory parameters includes catalog GUID or catalog code. Okay, one or the other is required. And we are asking for one or the other. This stands for catalog GUID, catalog code. One or the other is required. The rest of it, if you leave it blank, it's just going to send through whatever default values are present in the system or otherwise. But it will create a ticket. Okay. But we're going to go and provide some additional values around it just to provide a little bit more context to the ticket itself, such as the actual. We're going to need to. In this case, we're going to go ahead and leave the account out because I think it sends already from the authentication mechanism at the root level. We're going to provide a title. We're going to go ahead and provide a ticket description. We can go ahead and identify who the recipient and the requester are, and then also we can alternatively set the urgency if we need to as well. Yeah, and we'll have some options to be able to do that. We have additional values for optional fields and parameters. Most of these are named pretty close to what the value is, so it calls for recipient or requester or something like that. That relates back to some of these values here. So it does say requester, it does say recipient, it does say description. So it does have a pretty close correlation to what we're bringing in and what the value is that we'd be looking to bring in. All right, so within our guide, we're going to go ahead and step through here. We're going to go ahead and set the catalog code, which is the plain text code of the catalog that we're going to send through as. We're going to just simply create it as an iPhone ticket in the incident catalog. We'd have to put that in between apostrophes. Anything you put in plain text, always in self-help, always has to be either encapsulated in quotes or apostrophes. PLN requester is the email address. Recipient is, again, the email address of the recipient. Description, this can either be a plain text description or you can pull in a variable. We have a variable. The urgency correlates to the default urgency of this type of ticket found in Service Manager. You can either set a value or let the value go through from the catalog itself, or you can set it based on how it's being created here. And then lastly is going to be the title, and that's the short verbiage description of what the ticket's going to be about. So I have a screenshot of essentially what we'd be looking at setting. We're going to go ahead and set something around the this is using hotspot as an example for the catalog code. But as you can see, it's encapsulated in text. It should turn blue when you encapsulate it. We're going to be putting in our form for the submission request for the hotspot. And then also we can go ahead and provide some plain text and mix and match variables with the plain text. Let's go ahead and set some of these values. So in catalog code, go ahead and set your iPhone Inc. value there. In the requester or PLN requester, there's a way that, of course, you can always set the email address of the logged on user. And that can be done simply through a right click, select execution context. That's a double click. Right click again, scroll down and find user. Right click again, and then find email. So since PLN requester or recipient are both the email address of one or the other, we can simply use this variable value to call out the email address of the logged on user. That way it creates a ticket for whoever the user is at the time of execution. And of course, I can copy and paste that into the recipient as well. Okay. Any questions so far?
Yeah, I didn't quite get that. So you right clicked in there.
Yep. So I right click on the yellow spot, and it gives me a listing of variables to choose from. These are
Correct.
either ones we created or the blue ones are built in. Execution context is what we're looking for. That's a built-in value. Just double click on it.
Hang on one sec. I'm going to start over, but I have. All right, so right click, execution context, double click. Okay, I got the double click.
Okay, now right click again in the same area. Now you get a follow-up listing of values because right now it's currently underlined red. That means that it doesn't have enough. So if you right click again in the same area, now you get relations to execution context.
Makes
and
sense.
The one we're looking for in this case is going to be based on user. Then after user, it's still red underlined, which means we still don't have enough information. So right click again, and now you get the items related to the user object. In this case, we're looking for email.
Got it.
And now there's nothing underlined, which means we have everything needed to gather the email address of the logged on user.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure. All right. Now, in description is going to be the result of the hotspot ticket, right? We asked them to put in what the trouble is. We want to supply that information in the description. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Again, you can go ahead and right click in here and locate your hotspot ticket object right there. That's the form. Now, since there's only one question, it's going to automatically fill in the value. And it's already going to put in the please let us know what's not working. Yeah. No, you'll likely have to go back now. Are you talking about if you change this value? Um, yeah. So the changing the name of a picture is fine. That will carry over. That's no issue. The forms, however, are a little bit different. So the forms have a name object, and they also have a background value of a variable that's automatically created and managed by self-help, which is the reason why it has all these underscores in the question, right? And I'm going to finish this for a second just to show you some visibility here. So in my library, under my project variables, you'll see that I have a hotspot ticket value here. That's a variable that's created in the system. So this exists actually somewhat independently of my actual form. I can delete this if I decided to, and that would actually render the form completely useless. So there is no direct link. It would let me know this is tied to something. Are you sure you want to do this? Because if you do, you can't undo it. So there are some dangers there. With renaming this, if I were to go and change that, if I were to go and rename that, I don't know if the variable will change over. I think it will. In fact, I'm 100% positive that will. So if I change this over to 2, that's going to update there. Okay, so you sure you want to rename the library variable of this entry form. If form is used inside of a procedure, it may not work properly afterwards. So if I say yes, that's renamed now. Okay, so now if I go back to my submitted ticket, though, I'm probably going to have an issue. Okay, good. That took over. So that did update there. Now in the REST call, however, that's likely not going to update. So if I go into the ticket, into here, notice it's not updated here because this is just simply text. It's not a direct pointer like in the object form, so to speak. This is not going to be a direct pointer. So this would have a challenge. So as it stands right now, if I hover over, it says, you can't see it, but it says undefined in the yellow toolbar. There it goes. Yeah, it just comes in. But it says undefined in the background. And that's because hotspot ticket variable is undefined. It doesn't know what it is. So that means I have to manually change that. Then it's happy. So when you're calling variables in other areas, it gives you a warning. If these things are called, you could have a challenge. You could have an issue. So generally, we try not to go back through and change these things because of the relationships that it can occur. But if you've got solid documentation about your environment and know where things are, then it's not so much of a challenge. If you don't, then it's going to be a big challenge. You're going to wonder why things aren't working. But yeah, generally, we try not to change these values. The pictures aren't an issue. The pictures don't have variables. They're simply they're like file names. They just exist. But when you link procedures and link these forms and content objects and things like that, and they hold variable information that you can recall, that's where things can become a challenge, especially in the case of forms. Okay. All right, let's go down to title. So title, this is a bit interesting. We can actually do some different things with this. So far, we know what topic it's going to go in under. We know the user it's going to be created under, and we have some detail. My phone isn't connecting. So far, I don't know much more than that, other than it came through as a type of ticket and my phone isn't connecting. So we can decide, we can provide some background on the title to help direct the technician of what this issue is all about. So in this case, in the title, we can provide just some text as well as variable information to direct the technician to understand what's happening. So, for example, this as we're going to encapsulate this as text. So begin the just with an apostrophe. Hotspot connection failure for. I'm going to add a space at the end of that and put in another quote or another apostrophe. So I'm putting an artificial space here. So that way it just adds a space in the actual text that's going to come out of it. From here, I can go ahead and do the plus space, and then I can add in my phone OS variable. So now it's going to be hotspot connection failure for iPhone, Android, something. So now we have context to what the description is about. And we know what topic is going to go under, so we know what group's going to be responsible for it. We know who it came from, and you can add more information to the description as well. So there is a value that you can add into the description that includes the log data. In other words, the pathway that the user took as part of the journey, the user journey, so to speak, is what we call it. And so you can add HTML to create line breaks. So these lines, while they are text lines, they are going to an HTML aware field, and therefore, if you add HTML values, they will go through. So if I do, I'm just going to do an added break here, or an added value, and add a space plus. I think it is the log. I'm going to right click here. It's going to be the execution context, I believe. Let's see. Which one is it? I think it's the log.
Just a
Execution
quick
context
question.
log. Yes.
Can we put the verify ticket info page?
What about it?
In the description? If we build a page with all the info, all the HTML right away, can we just refer that page into the description?
Not sure on that, actually.
Okay.
Not sure I can gather. I'm not sure I can display the content as another variable of value. In other words, capture the entire page content as its own variable in this case. Not sure I have the capability. I'd have to find out about that one. I'll find out for you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so at this point, we have our catalog code, we have our requester and recipient information, we have a description that includes what the user typed, and I'm also adding a space and adding in this execution context.log. This should be the log for the executed procedure. In other words, I should get every single step that the user chose. And I would get that in just broken up text. So it might be a little bit hard to read sometimes, but it is available to take advantage of. And then, of course, in the title, I'm calling back hotspot connection failure for the phone OS type. Let's go ahead and finish. And that should create our ticket here. Anybody have any other questions at this point? No? Okay. let's go ahead and give it a run through and let's see if it works. Let's see if it creates a ticket. My form is incorrect because I renamed it.
Got an error status -5, error message, posted text data error 500.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
see that. Such an error occurred. 500. Okay. Check everything there. Let's double check that REST API user. Hopefully we can connect on the REST API in this platform. Login REST API. Let's verify the profile. Administration. Administration should have access to the REST API. It does. I do see an issue with the account. It is using French as the language as opposed to English. That might be a challenge here. Let me make a small modification and see if that works. That to English and see if that does anything for us here. All right. Then I did fix it. Okay. I'm not sure where the fall down is here because it should be configured. We'll have to come back to that one later at some point, but I'll see if I can maybe do a little bit of troubleshooting over lunch maybe and see if we can't figure that one out. But not sure why we're not getting that created because we have everything needed at this point. The only thing I can think of, let's see, we can go ahead and set it. I haven't had an issue there before.
In my use of the REST API, urgency has always been required.
Yeah, let me go ahead and set the urgency.
I had urgency in and it worked.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to go ahead and set urgency in there, and I was hoping that would take over from the catalog. You said yours worked?
Yep, I got a record created.
Okay. Pair of notes here.
I also have record was created, and I use an urgency of 3.
Okay. So you put in 3 in quotes, right?
Correct.
Yes. Did you add in? What did you add in the description? Just the that description value, the hotspot ticket value, or did you add anything else?
That's all I had.
Okay. What about in the title?
I added the iPhone OS.
Okay. See if it's the ticket log that might be causing the issue. It's more promising. There it is. I got a ticket number. Okay. So it's the context log. That's what it is. So adding in the this description, I've got to go find out what's going on with that because I've been able to do that in the past, but it's not adding the log, the execution context log. It's not letting that pass through. So I'll have to find out about that one. So for now, I certainly can add the description. I can add plain text, but adding that log, I'm wondering if there's characters in there that it's not liking or something. I'm not sure, but I'd have to take that one back. But for now, we can get it working with just adding the form data. If you added in the context log, go ahead and pull that out of the description and then try it again. Yeah, this is a really ugly response. This is like the coded response, and we can make this a lot prettier. But this is just to show that it's creating a ticket number. So we should be able to take this ticket number, and we should be able to look in your EasyVista environment. On the search bar, if you just simply paste it in, you should get a response. And there's a response here. And when that pulls up, it should have my data in there. So I do have in my title, hotspot connection failure 4. It does have the Apple. It does have my verbiage that I put into my my troubleshooting field. In this case, it does identify a particular user, and I think that's only because of the email address. The email address happens to match, which is, yeah, happens to match that. So that's why the user came up as Jan Flore here. But it created the ticket, and it's operational in Service Manager. So at this point, however it's being called, it's going to this first line support role. So whoever's in that first line support role and the responsible groups within there would be getting the ticket. Okay. I tell you what, go ahead and go into then service operation, incidents, all incidents. Do you have anything with the creation data today? Okay. I'm not sure. That's another day. That's another training class. But as long as it shows up there, then you should be able to open that record directly. That should show you everything. Okay. All right, very good. All right, so we were able to get that going, and that had to do with the execution log. So the execution log was a culprit here. I'll find out about why that can't go through. That'll be a question for product and support. Okay. All right, let's add just a little bit more to this particular procedure. So we've been able to get to the point now where we can create a ticket, right? Let's just extend this procedure a little bit more just to do some different things. So one of the things that I would like to know is what hotspot method are they using? I don't know that from the ticket, and I may not get that information from the end user. So I want to know what hotspot method they're using. In order to do that, I would have to have a variable. So in order to capture a variable, of course, I need to go ahead and create one. And I can create a new variable, simply call it hotspot type or something like that, or hotspot whatever. And then for each of these steps, I can then go ahead and set the macro value under each of these steps, and that will tell me the hotspot value and recall that even in the verified ticket info. So in the ticket info, I can regurgitate, yeah, you used the iOS Wi-Fi or you use the Android Wi-Fi as your hotspot type. And if they realize they chose the wrong phone, maybe then they can go back and restructure it because maybe they went on the wrong path. Or if it just simply doesn't work, that's fine. We could still create the ticket, and now we have more information for the technician to understand. Not only do they have an iPhone, but they were trying to connect on Bluetooth and couldn't do it. So, and then we'll take another step even further forward. And what we're going to do next is we're going to show how to do an action step decision here to where we can recognize the user in this case, or so to speak, not the user, recognize the user's device and determine whether or not it should go directly to iPhone or if it should go directly to Android based on what they have in their hand, or if they have to make a decision. So we'll do that in another step here in just a moment. But first, let's go ahead and add the other variable, add that to the different connection steps, the 6 connection steps, add that to your verify ticket info, and finally, go ahead and add it into the title of your ticket going through. So hotspot connection failure for iPhone OS on whatever type of the hotspot variable is that we name. Let's walk through that. So we're going to go ahead and create a new variable in our project. And that's simply going to be called hotspot type. I'm not going to set a default value. I'm going to leave it blank. And so then the next step here, once we do that, is under the macro tab for each of these 6 steps is simply to call out what hotspot type we're going to call this. So hotspot type equals, and we'll go ahead and call this simply iOS Wi-Fi. And then iOS Bluetooth USB, Android Wi-Fi, Bluetooth USB. So I'm just going to copy and paste. And just go down each of the 6. Let me know when you do each of the 6, or once you finish that, actually, go ahead and add it to your verified ticket info. Then go ahead and add it to your title section of the create ticket. Let me know if you have any questions along the way. Let me know if you need some help or anything like that. And let me know when you're done as well. Oops.
Where are we supposed to add it in the ticket, in the description?
In the title. So I just
Oh, in the
added
title.
as so I just added in on and then the variable value. I added a couple more things to that title. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's working.
Great. Okay. All right. Is anybody else still trying this one out?
Just finishing up.
Okay. They're working for you?
I'm just okay. So I just need to verify well, I mean, the ticket's created. It just
Okay.
says, yeah. So, yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the next thing I wanted to go ahead and give you some other insight on is a way to identify device information using a built-in variable. So in order to identify a device information, we have a variable built in, and it's called this user agent variable. And it will display some information about the agent, and there's some things you can do to take advantage of it. So what I would like you to do, just so you can see some different values here, is go to your how to set up a hotspot step, and in the text area, just go ahead and press enter a couple of times, and we're going to add in a variable there. And we're going to add in, actually, just an expression, really. So go ahead and go to the insert menu, go to the wheels, the gears there, and select insert an expression. When the box comes up, you can go ahead and click on the wizard to the right. And in the search area, see if you can find user agent. It's all one word, user agent. Once you locate it, simply double click on it, and it should add it to the yellow box. And as I believe it's execution context dot user agent. Let me know when you have that set. Okay. And click finish to add it. There, but I'm going to put that down. There we go. Okay. Once you have it on the page, simply execute the procedure one more time for me. We're going to see some ways in how this can change. The very first page will have the results of that variable there. So it calls out some browser information, so it knows what browser version I'm running, and also the related iterations of other browsers. It knows that I'm running a Windows NT environment, essentially version 10.0. It knows I'm running a Win64 operating system, an x64 architecture, this Apple WebKit and this particular version that goes with it. I mean, a lot of this stuff is going to be pretty well standardized. But what is different about this is if I go ahead and change my execution mode. So from this tab, I can use a browser button F12, and I can change my execution mode. In the developer mode for Chrome, there's a little icon there to change your device type toolbar. And if I change it, it's then going to become a device type. Maybe I change it to like a Galaxy S5. And I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page. And it should identify as now it's mobile. So I see Linux, Android 5.0, blah, blah, blah. So now I'm seeing Android stuff. If I change it to an iPhone, for example, maybe an iPhone X, and refresh again, now it's reading as an iPhone CPU OS, iPhone CPU OS, things like that. So it's now reading the device type that I have. So we can take advantage of those pieces and we can actually execute the step with an action and programmed choices. Meaning that if it's automatically, we can have a couple of options here. So we can look at the fact that it reads that user agent, that it contains iPhone, or that it contains Android. And if it doesn't contain any of those, then we're going to just go ahead and use a manual selection. So we can do automated checking so that way the user can jump right into the pathway they need to be at. Let's take advantage of that. Go ahead and switch over to your procedure here for the phone hotspot. What you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and insert a step. You're going to go ahead and insert a page with choices. Let me know when you have that done.
Done.
Okay. All right, so the page with choices, that means it's going to be essentially a user choice, right? We're not going to set any content in here, but what I am going to do is I'm going to simply change this value here, this step type, to just detect device. That's the step purpose. Its only purpose is to call out, actually not even do anything. Its only purpose is to direct the values here in the options. So next thing I'd like you to do is go and convert that detect device step into an action. And now we get some conditions here. I'm going to go and have you add a new branch off detect device. So insert step off the detect device, add a branch. So now we should have 3. Let me know when you have three branches there. Okay. We're going to move the default from where it is currently, so that way it goes out the pathway of how to set up a hotspot currently, that whole device path there. We're going to go ahead and have that go there. The way we move these things around is simply right-click on the branch that you want to become default and say set as default branch. Now this one's the default, which means I can then set conditions against the other 2. One could be Apple detection, one or iPhone detection, one could be Android detection. And then based on the responses, if you remember, we have the option to use go-to actions here, right? We can take a go-to action and drop a marker right in front of the iPhone OS step, the set iPhone OS step. or we can set a marker right in front of the set Android OS step. So based on the device detection, we can drop them straight into the pathway and then know that they are using Android, not only from the detection aspect, but also that they're going down the Android path. And if none of them match, in other words, if they're on a desktop or something like that, then we get the option to select the type that they're looking for. Let's go ahead and configure these steps. Whichever condition you want, it doesn't matter, but we're going to set these one at a time. So I'm going to set the middle one to use iPhone. So to set iPhone on the middle one, simply double click on the condition step, and then you get an option to set the value. In the add condition line here, we're going to go ahead and use the wizard. It seems to be pretty useful here. And again, we're looking for user agent. So if I simply type in correctly, user agent, it's going to show up in that listing. I want user agent. So it sets the variable. Now, user agent contains the information I'm looking for. Doesn't equal, is different from, doesn't start with, it contains. So there's a contains operator, and the text that I'm looking for is simply iPhone. And if I want to verify, that's why I had this detection run in the background so that I can see what the value comes back as. It says iPhone right there. Yep, so I can utilize iPhone right there, and I can use that as it contains. If I set it as any kind of a other value, for example, even a like Moto G4, for example, and refresh that, then it doesn't have iPhone anywhere in there, but it does have Android. Yep. So I can go ahead and look at that. So now for the iPhone one, I want it to be iPhone. And then for the other one, I can set the exact same condition to check, the user agent, and it's going to contain Android. Make sure that's in quotes. Then remember these guys, these end steps, we can turn these into go-to actions, and we can drag and drop them. Actually, we don't have to turn them into, you just drag and drop them straight over in front of iPhone, for example, right in between. It creates that marker. Same thing with the Android. Because I know what device they are, I can start them right on the right path. If I don't know what device they are, then I let them choose their path. Any questions on this? Everybody successfully configure that?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we can go and give this a test run. You double click on it. So by default, it's trying to detect whether or not we are a mobile device. And as you can see at the very front, when you execute it on desktop, it doesn't work, right? What I can do is I can take this whole set, that URL, and I can go launch it within my other value here. It's set to, just for clarity, it's set to be a Moto G4. So when I run this, look at that. It put me right in to the pathway for Android. If I go next, it's going to give me the screenshot for an Android. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and change that over to like an iPhone, and then paste that whole value in again, it's going to start me off going down the path of iPhone. Because it knows on my device type, it contains iPhone. So again, that just creates additional shortcuts. So if it doesn't know what kind of device I am. If I am running it on a desktop, or I'm running it on some other type of device that's not iPhone or not Android, then it's going to drop me into the choice, and then I can go and pick which choice I want. Everybody get through that one successfully?
Yep.
Yep. Any questions? No questions to this point. Okay. All right. I know we spent a lot of time on this procedure, but for this one I really like because it extends so much different capability, and it shows off what we can do with self-help and what you can do with your own procedures, and helping your procedures become more contextual for your end users. It takes some setup to do it, but in the end, it becomes really powerful and really attractive to end users. They really enjoy this type of stuff. Not only that, the information you're gathering, you can also use these types of things and send them through ticket creation, so you know what kind of device or what have you that they're working with, even to the level of the actual type of device. So if one thing to note is it's not listed in any of the steps anymore, but when if I were to change this over, for example, to the device type, right? If I change this over back to our device type here, like iPhone X, right? So I refresh this. Okay, so I don't have the variable here anymore, but with the device type, it shows iPhone and it shows the model, and with Android, it shows the OS of Android in there. So that way, if somebody submits and I send this information through, I can look at their phone information without having to ask, hey, do you know what version of Android you're running? Or do you know what version of iOS you're running? Have you updated recently? I can find out right from the user agent variable information that comes through. I have that information at my fingertips. So that just helps additionally, if you're doing a lot of mobile support, it really helps with understanding what your mobile customers have and what's actually in their hands at the time of submission, assuming they're using that device for that type of ticket submission. So there's some helpful information there. All right. Any questions before we go ahead and break here? We'll go ahead and break for lunch and come back and move into the rest of our stuff for this afternoon. No questions? Okay.
No question.
All right. Let's go ahead and break. We'll come back at, let's say, 1 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll go ahead and move into the rest of this stuff here. Okay? I will see you then.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
All right. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your filet mignon just as much as I did. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and jump back into the rest of our afternoon here. Share out my screen. Some of these guys. Okay. All right. Our next set of procedures are going to be focused around using lists, using an Excel plugin later on, as well as doing some condition of visibility steps. So some of the data we're going to be using, even in some of the status lists we'll be creating, will be out of an Excel spreadsheet. So we'll get some experience there. And then the last one we do is actually using an Excel spreadsheet, a connector for Excel to calculate and run a result of a formula from an Excel spreadsheet to get a result on screen in Easy Vista Self-Help. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and start working through these last labs here. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into this last set of labs here. So for Lab D, Lab D is going to contain a few different exercises. The first one is going to be based on a simple list selection, and then we're going to simply send an email, and that's really going to be about it. We are going to be using the XLSX file in here only for just some population of values, copy and paste type stuff. So it'll be pretty simple. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through this, and then I'll have you go and start walking through on your own. Some people coming in here. There we go. All right. All right. So within the lab, we'll go ahead and create the folder structure. And then after you create the folder structure, you just simply create a procedure with 2 steps. Okay. From within there, you're going to open up, there is a toner form XLSX file that is located within your training files here. So if we go out into the lab structure, lab D is going to contain a toner form XLSX file. So you'll need to use this file to take advantage of some information that's going to be in it. And when that opens up, it's going to be LibreOffice, so it takes a few moments for it to initially open. Eventually this will complete. There we go. Okay. All right, so mostly what we're going to be using is just the values from the printer model column B here, to create some list options. We'll eventually be using some of the values of manufacturer, things like that, but the guide will tell you what you're going to copy. So just make sure you have this open and available. At some point, you'll also be uploading it as a resource within the project, so be on the lookout for that. You're going to create a couple of forms here. So you're going to create a printer toner form that's going to have 3 different options. One's a printer model. It's a single choice list of values. And you'll copy just all the models into those that list there. Set of quantity value, and then lastly, a comment field. And you'll go ahead and plug that into the particular page, letting the values display as part of the form, and then recall all of the information responded to. So one of the things that, I mean, it says procedure used. You don't really need to call out the procedure used if you don't want to. That's not necessary here. But I do want to call back the name, the printer model, the quantity, and the comments entered in that particular form, and to give that information back. I've given, again, a copy of the execution context for the user first name and last name and that variable value. So you can enter that straight into the insert expression, or you can use the one that we created yesterday as a variable. You'll need to go ahead and create the grab the email connector again. So we've already got it within the project. So you'll have to simply drag it back into the connectors tab and then fill out the data according to how you want to send it, change to an action step, and then just essentially see if the results work. So to make this work, you can send to everyone at evtry.com in the to address, and that should end up going to that mailbox within the Mozilla Thunderbird value. So you should be able to see the email come through there. Then we'll get into creating dynamic forms. So we'll come to this one second, but let's go ahead and go through the exercise in 3-1. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys run through this on your own. Let me know if you have any questions, and then we'll give it a test run and make sure everything's working okay.
Hey, Brian. So with the email connector, do I just drag it into the email order folder there? Or not folder, but hello?
Yeah, you just drag it into the tab for the email order step and then configure it. So you've already got it in your project resources, so you can recycle this in any procedure. That's why it's in the project resources. Yes, I ended up having to set my from address the same as my to for the everyone at evtry.com. Both of them had to be the same. I couldn't use the built-in email. I guess technically it could be anything at evtry.com, I think. In the from, you have to make it evtry.com. Really, I guess anything at evtry.com probably. But the two definitely must be everyone at evtry.com. The from has to be an evtry.com email address. Cool. Yeah, as long as the from address is an evtry.com address, it'll get through to everyone at evtry.com. Able to get email working.
Yeah, it's working for me.
I'm not sure why else the email wouldn't come. Seems to be working if as long as the from address. So there's a from and a from personal. The from personal is just a name, and then the from is the actual email address. And in this case, the from and the to, we don't really have any information we can pull from here, so they have to be in plain text. Oh, okay. So it worked. Oh, okay. Yeah, it probably polls like every couple of minutes. There is a box up here. I ended up switching mine over to English. The second to last menu option allows you to go in and modify settings, which goes into the very last. So I guess it's essentially tools, but I forgot what it's exactly called. It's the second to last menu option along the menu at the top, and then the very last option in that setting. If you scroll down a little bit from there, there is a language setting, and you can add a new language. And it should be, I think it'll be labeled as Anglais, as États-Unis or something like that. You can apply that, select the button over here, whatever it's going to start with an A. Apply it, and then go ahead and restart the settings. Restart the application. It'll have you restart, and then it should be in English if you want to try that. But at any rate, there's a button over here with a drop down on it. It has all the emails against it, and you can force it to get email right away that way, rather than waiting. All right. Let's see. All right. So it sounds like everybody got through that one okay. All right. Very good. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and just publish. Let's see what our system looks like at this point. Let's go ahead and publish our project. So the procedure. We'll go ahead, force the publication. Not always. I end up having to recheck the reindex published version. So I always go through to at least this point just to ensure this box is checked. Sometimes it does not get checked. And so I want to make sure that that is checked, and then I'll go ahead and once I get to this point, then I'm fine to finish. Let's see. Grab my URL off the desktop. Okay, so now we have 4 different lab folders out there. We still have our FAQ. I'll show you some shortcuts on how to populate this as soon as we get done with our Lab D section. So I'll show you some shortcuts on how to populate the FAQ. So you can see your procedures run in real time and see how they operate. And of course, always seeing how the finishing works. So the finishing doesn't end up with that message. It puts them back into the folder where the procedure was executed from. You can also use your navigation bar up here, of course, to go to different areas, different lab areas, things like that. When you are in the executed procedure, you will have some buttons up here in the top right. So some of these might be useful, one of which is a share. So you can share this procedure. So let me operate or click. Is it not coming up? Okay, not going to come up with anything. Okay. That works. I'm not sure why the share won't work here. Anyway, it would pop up with a box with a URL against it, and you would be able to share against that. You also have a chat button. The chat is not really a chat, but it's a feedback. And so you could provide feedback to your all those studio writers, essentially, that are on this project. And this would go back to the system. This would go back to all the users, essentially. So whoever has an email address against the environment, against all the users, each individual user against the project. I shouldn't say user, sorry. The writers. All of these writers would then receive that comment, whatever that is. So obviously I don't have any information in here of how to receive that because I don't have an evtry.com address on any of them. I can go and I guess I can go and update mine to be an evtry.com. And that way it would allow that message to be sent back to that user. So let's see, there's an fadmin at evtry. Let's see if any of these come back. So if we do get add messages, fadmin, any of these guys? Fuser, how about fuser? No, it may not be coming through. Okay. May not be coming through on some of these on the back-end configuration. I was hoping it would come through, but it doesn't look like that portion is working. It's actually two different email setups there. At any rate, so an email would come back and it would provide some feedback of what the user typed in. It would also give all the information about the project and about the procedure it was, what procedure it was, where it's located, what step they were on when they executed the feedback, things like that. So it's pretty informational about that type of feedback. So it's direct about that information, about that specific procedure, and you can go ahead and take advantage of it, update it in your edited version. When the time comes, go ahead and publish it, and then the changes will be published in the next publication. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, let's go ahead and continue on. So we see we've got a project that's out there. We've got several folders, and I'll show you how to change those folder icons to something more, just something different other than the default folder icon. Let's go ahead and move into our next one. So this one is going to be taking advantage of what we call dynamic forms as well as condition of visibility. Okay. So in order for this to work, you will have to create 3 individual forms, and they will need to be specifically set according to how these are set. So you will need to set the name as printer brand, for example, and go ahead and set the value exactly as printer brand. Pay attention to capitalization, especially on the name. That will be important for later on. We'll be using a macro that will call some of this information back. So this is going to create 3 different forms. One for the printer brand, which is going to contain HP. I think that should also contain brother too. It's missing. So this should have HP and brother. So it should have 2 different values. A label value for HP and a label value for brother, and a value setting for HP and a value setting for brother. So make sure you're adding both in, HP and brother. And then form 2 is going to have only the brother models. So the brother printer is the form name. It's a single list of choice fields. The field name is called brother printer, and then you're going to go ahead and simply add in the brother models only from the Excel spreadsheet. That's just simply adding 3 different values. And then lastly, form 3, very similar, is going to be HP printer. The field name is HP printer, and it's going to be HP models from the column B of the Excel spreadsheet. Under each of the questions, set each question as a name of field. So under the type and validation tab, when you have the form open, you're going to set the dynamic field checkbox as enabled. And you'll need to do that on all 3 of them. After that, you're just going to create an empty procedure in the resources folder called calc_proc. Really name it whatever you want, but we're just going to call it this, a calculation procedure is what it's going to be. It's blank, it's empty, it has nothing in it. All it's there for is to provide a refresh to allow these dynamic fields to operate properly. Then you're going to drag all 4 objects onto the form. And that's going to include the printer brand, printer brother, and printer HP, as well as the calculation procedure. And then we're going to go ahead and set some values against them. So we're going to set some conditions of visibility, for example, against the printer brother, the brother printer question. That's going to verify that what is your printer brand is equal to brother. Okay, we're going to display that value. If when you go to the printer HP, you're going to do the same concept, and it's going to be when your printer brand is HP. And then lastly, in the calculation procedure, when you simply select the properties for it, the last icon is a film strip icon. And within there, there's a checkbox that says computing procedure. You'll simply enable that, save it, and then go ahead and run the procedure. What should happen, you should only have the printer brand asking you what your brand is, HP or brother. When you select one or the other, then you'll only get either a listing for HP printers or a listing for brother printers. As you select these items, you'll see your screen refresh a bit, and that's the calculation procedure that's running that for us. So that way, it resets the condition of visibility each time the form is refreshed. Let's go ahead and walk through that. I'll go ahead and have you create the procedure. Make sure to add brother and HP to form 1 as far as the list choice settings. Let me know if you have any questions along the way, and I'll be sure to help you out. Yeah, I am. Not sure exactly as to why. Let's see if these forms work on themselves here. There is a problem. That calculation procedure, whatever reason.
I have the same problem.
Yeah. I'll delete it and recreate it. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Because it should be a calculation procedure. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's really strange how that's acting. I should have to do. That should refresh and just come up. Okay. All right. So move this up here then. That's an issue. Then maybe it's in testing only that causes an issue. Okay. So this is, I haven't had this problem before. I'm going to go ahead and configure go ahead and publish what you have. And let's see if that doesn't change anything, because I'm wondering if it's trying to do something regarding the publication of the fact that the procedure is not published. Occasionally I've seen that in varying circumstances, but not in this one. This one has been rock solid in past experiences. I'm not sure if there was a feature change recently or something that has caused an issue, but this should not be causing an issue. So going to continue down this path and see if we can't get this to cooperate.
Publish do the same thing.
Published, it does the same thing?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Okay. publish. That's a strange issue. We have to skip this one. What is supposed to happen is that it simply just refreshes and then displays the additional conditional feature. That's all it's supposed to do. But even with the calculation procedure being out there, it's erroring out just with the calculation procedure out there, regardless of conditional visibility. So I'm gonna have to escalate that one and see what I can get. I can't get this one to work, unfortunately, in this environment. That's odd. Okay. Um, That being the case, I can't get the remainder of it to work because we can't get the condition of visibility to work. Let's see here. Maybe I can find some sort of a workaround. Let's see. Let's just say I delete that. All right, so I do that, and then that's supposed to. Okay. Maybe we'll work around this a different way in order to make this work for us. What we can do is, since I can't seem to get the condition of visibility working without that calculation procedure, that has to be there. And the fact that that is not cooperating is a challenge. Yeah, there's an issue there. Okay. All right, so let's try something else. There's still a way we can go ahead and complete this, even with the condition, without using the condition of visibility, I guess. What we'll have to do is sort of go the other way. And the other way being that we'll actually have to use an action switch with the conditions, for example, and the conditions then will bring another page up, depending upon what the brand was selected. And we'll have to then put the HP brand, for example, in one, or put the actually probably even have to do that. We can actually do yeah, we can do something a little bit different. So let's just go ahead and just do another step. Let's just go ahead and insert another step in between menu and summary. Okay. And so for menu, it's just going to be as is. What you're going to remove, however, we're not going to use the calc procedure. We're not going to use the two forms that are there for HP and Brother. We're going to remove them. You can delete them out of that page. What we're going to end up doing is just using simply the fact that we're moving to the next page to determine which one to display. So the first page of menu is still fine with just asking for HP or Brother. However, in this case, we'll call this model. And in the model page, we'll then go ahead and select the model. And in the select the model, we're still going to utilize our other forms, whether it is a Brother printer or potentially an HP printer. We will still set the condition of visibility on those two, depending upon the previous answer in which that was either HP or brother. So go ahead and set the condition of visibility on the forms here on the new model page we're creating. Now we can try to give that a test run and see if that works. Still have a brand to select. Select HP and go next. That then still gives me my HP printer, which is perfect. Okay. I go previous and change that to brother. I should then get an option for brother instead. Okay, so this way works. The condition of visibility with the calc procedure apparently is not working, so that's going to be something I'll have to take back and find out what the deal is on that. Okay, so we can work through it this way. This still gets us there. It's just one extra click for the next button we'll have to go through. Okay. So menu and model, we'll have to create create a new page for this to work. Is that working for everybody else using that method?
The visibility doesn't work. I got both form on the same page.
Okay. It's working on my end. Let's go back and verify what you've got for condition of visibility. So under the model page, you should have a condition of visibility under brother printer. And it should be set to the question brand equals brother for the brother question. And under HP, should be HP. Go ahead and just launch your procedure one more time then. Might have just been a catch and a save.
Nope, it still do the same thing.
Okay. Why don't you go and share your screen and let's see what we can see on this end. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. it's equal, and it's what is the printer
Yep.
brand, right? Cool.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And equals HP. Okay.
And if I go back there, printer, nope, printer brand.
Double click on the form name.
Oh, okay.
If you select the question section, just the field value there, then you'll get the options to change. We go, yeah, update list. There you go. And that would have just your probably HP and brother values in there, right? Yep. Okay.
It's okay.
Those look good. Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Yeah.
I'm having the same issue as well, but for me it works for HP. But when I select brother, both HP and brother printer shows up.
Well, okay then. Huh. Is that not showing? Zero. I wonder why that's being visible. Okay. There's something that's weird. All right. Okay, if it's I'm not sure why it's not displaying because it should either meet or not meet. Yeah, the values are there. I agree. The values are there. It's just it's not respecting the visibility aspect. Yeah, it's not respecting the condition of visibility. Hang on. There are errors or warning. Wait, go back into that. There are errors or warnings.
Oh, equal. Let's see.
Go back into there.
Show ex
Hang on. Go back into the wizard side.
show expression is
Oh yeah, it sure is.
but
Yep. That's better.
okay.
Try the other one. That one's okay. Okay. Still not fully there. Interesting. All right. We'll go ahead. We'll have to come back to that one later. Just don't worry about making the questions required at this point. You can answer just one and move forward. We'll still go ahead and continue on and plot ahead here. But why that's not working, you got everything set correctly that I can tell. Yeah. So it's working for me, but it's not working for you. I'm not sure what the difference is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference is. All right, we'll go ahead and plot ahead, and just have to come back to that specific issue at another time here, a little bit later on. See if we can try to determine what's happening there, maybe. All right, so with this configuration, we're going to go ahead and move forward. We're going to move on to the summary section. So even if your condition of visibility is not working, excuse me, for whatever reason, then it's okay. Continue on. My only suggestion right now would be, if that is the case, I set mine to be required. So under input, type and validation, I think it is. I set my input to be required yes. If your validation is not working for you, just go ahead and set it to no, just to make sure that that's set appropriately. Oh, did you set dynamic field, by the way? On your each of your questions, did you set dynamic field value under the type and validation?
Let me double check. Yes, for the
All three of them? Okay.
yes, all three are
All three. Okay.
dynamic.
Okay. All right. Thought I'd verify if that was the case. Okay.
But is not required. Field input is not required.
That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and set mine to no as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, what? Really? Huh. Okay. Which one needed to be required? Huh. Okay. Maybe I'm about to test that out right now. That's still working for me without it being required, but at least it's working. So, okay. Strange. Yeah, I mean, without it being required, it's still working on my end, but nonetheless,
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work
Doesn't
that
work
way
for
either. Okay. All right. We'll come back to it. It's okay. So anyway, just let the both questions come up. Just answer one of them. We'll come back to the details on that later. I don't want to waste too much time there because I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. It's nothing standing out as being a problem. All right. Let's go ahead and continue on then. So in the guide going forward, for those that have it working, great. For those that don't, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm not sure why it's not working. It doesn't look like you've done anything wrong following the directions or anything like that. I think there's something else going on in the background that we just can't see. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to end up creating a custom macro. And the reason why we're going to have to do this is we have a single question to ask the brand. That's easy enough to return. The challenge is we have two different questions that have different corresponding models based on the brand that we chose. So we have to correlate that into a single response. So to do so, we have to take advantage and use a macro, essentially, in order to correlate those two together. Now, I have one already written out for you that you'll be able to copy and paste in when the time comes. So it shouldn't be much of a big deal to get this thing in. And hopefully that will work and get you the information you're looking for. When we get to a page, it's called Set Variables. We'll be adding a couple of variables called A_brand and A_model, all capitalized. They're just basic text values with nothing in them. We're going to go ahead and create a. Actually, I don't even think we need to do this, but we're going to go ahead and create another step called Set Variables, and then ultimately we're going to display in the Summary tab, the Summary page, what the results are. So the Set Variables is actually going to do the calculation for us and setting all the variable information, and then the Summary tab will display. Just something to note is because I think this might have been this was changed from when this was initially created. This documentation was initially created. What ends up happening is when you execute a page, for example, summary, the macro tab and the connectors are the first things. Forms and all that are all the first things are to execute. In other words, content is the last thing to execute. That means all this other stuff runs before content is displayed. So you can put in a macro on the same page you intend to use said macro and its results, because it's going to calculate and then display on the same page based on what it knows at that point. So in our case, we're able, since all our information has already been tabulated before, all it's doing is just assigning dynamic variables at the time of execution and then displaying that in the content. So technically, we could put all this into the Summary tab itself without having to add a new Set Variables page. Okay. It doesn't need to be an action step in order to run a macro. You can run a macro on a standard page. There's no issue there. So we're going to go ahead and do that as a demonstration just to show that it can be done rather than creating the Set Variables page. So the macro that's going to be created will be executed within the Summary tab, all right, the Summary page. All right, so once you go ahead and create the two variables, you're going to go ahead and then go to the Summary page. You're going to go ahead and put in this information within the macro page. Then you're going to go ahead and put in the text that's supposed to go in the macro page as well, the printer toner order summary, that's followed by the printer brand and the printer model. So that should calculate and display information within that summary page after the calculation is done from the macro side. Yeah. So just as a recollection, we're not going to create the Set Variables page. We're going to put the macro inside the summary. The summary page will maintain as it is as the type of page, but everything's going to go inside the summary page. Okay. Go ahead and walk through that. Let me know if you have any troubles. Go ahead and stop at the end of 4.3 before you get to 4.4. That would be step 6. I think the B and brand should be capitalized, by the way, in printer brand. I think that's its complaint. It's coming in lowercase. So if you put printer and brand in uppercase, then it needs to be uppercase in the macro.
Hey, Brian, when you type in the macro or actually paste in the macro, is there a reason we have the warnings in there?
Yeah,
Or is
the B in the
you
the
just got
B
done
in
saying
printer brand, printer underscore brand right there. The B should be capitalized. I've got it incorrectly in the documentation, it looks like.
that.
So when we created the form name, we created as printer brand with a capital P, capital B, which carried
Got
over
it.
to the variable. But the macro doesn't have it. It has a lowercase b.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm done.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to move on. Closed out here.
Good.
Okay. All right, let's see here. Sorry, I'm just double checking something on my other end here. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and continue on then. Okay, so our next step is going to be based on using the Excel connector. So this is kind of where things get a little bit interesting here. What is that? Okay, go away. All right. So this is going to be able to take a place with the Excel connector, in which we're actually going to be using an Excel spreadsheet, not only to get a result in the final results, but also to populate our lists. Okay, so we'll actually be able to select from a list of printers using the Excel spreadsheet, and then utilize the formulas in the Excel spreadsheet to get a result. So the way that works, let me go ahead and bring up the spreadsheet in the background here. As you see right here, I have this column B that has this list of printer models. I also have a manufacturer, as well as each one having its own toner reference value. So what you'll see also here is I have column F and G, just a printer model, toner reference, and then G is blank. But if I go down to G4, it says reference could not be found. But if we look up here a little bit closer, you'll see that I actually have a VLOOKUP reference that's here. And so what that's doing is based on a value that goes in G3 from column B, it will then show the corresponding value in column C. So what that means is that if I take this value here, this HP LaserJet Pro 200, and plug it into G3, I get a toner reference of HP 131. So it's automatic. Yep. So there's a formula here that drives a result. What we're going to do using self-help is we're going to dynamically populate a list that is included in this spreadsheet, and that's going to display in self-help. We're going to select a value. We're going to store it in memory. We're going to populate it into the spreadsheet in memory in this field, and then read the result coming back. So our first set is going to say, okay, what's your printer model? Our last set is then going to say, okay, here's the model you chose, and here's the corresponding toner value for it. And that's all going to be used in the Excel spreadsheet. So the way that's going to work is you're going to go ahead and create a connector, of course. You can go ahead and add it to the project resources so it can be used at any point in time. You'll go ahead and set the last value. It's called get cells and cell values and some other cells and keys, etc. Should be the third value there. You go ahead and leave everything blank. Okay. Then after everything's configured, you're going to go ahead and drag the connector out into the form, into the step for get list. You're going to go ahead and drag it to the connector tab, and it's going to provide some feedback here for you. It's going to ask you for the result cells. This is going to be written in quotes. This will be double quotes, by the way. Sheet 1 exclamation point B2 through B7. And what that essentially is Excel speak for looking at the sheet, the tab name, sheet 1. And so then that's the separator in that is then exclamation point. That's part of Excel speak. Then it's going to go look at the array, B2 through B7. So it's looking at those values. Okay, that's what it's doing to call back the value. Then we'll be using forms to utilize the result set, and then we'll go ahead and populate that from the Excel spreadsheet. So we'll read through essentially what the formula is doing. Well, I've already explained what the formula is doing actually, but what's going on in the background is we're using Excel language values to read the values of the Excel spreadsheet and then pull that into the form values. So once we do the form value, then we can go ahead and then do an actual form, a self-help form essentially, that will allow us to take advantage of using that information. We have to do this parameter update. You can follow through on the directions here. You add the form. When you add the form, it's going to ask you for the input value based on the advanced parameter. And you're going to put in the result, my printer model, which is the one that was set as the result from the initial gathering. Now that's going to be followed up again with, in bracketed text, the values from the Excel spreadsheet. Sheet 1, exclamation, B2 through B7. And then when you execute that sheet, that page, once that's done, when you execute that page, the result is that you're going to get the listing from the Excel spreadsheet. In other words, the result set is dynamic. We're not populating a get list here. Doing it dynamically through the Excel spreadsheet. All right, so what I would like you to do, I'm going to go ahead and see if you guys can walk through this and get some exposure here. Go ahead and get down to step, what is that, 14? That's the next one. Oh, okay. So go down to step 12. Finish up at step 12. Let me know when you get that far. If you have any questions along the way, be sure to ask, and we can go ahead and step through any of those issues there. Sorry. Yeah, the ordering is off, but the values are still the same. Okay. Okay. Okay, no worries. Then I won't worry. How's everybody coming so far?
I'm in the last page toner result, but
Step 10.
not sure if I missed a step.
Oh, you guys are moving on. Okay. All right. So go. Yeah. If you're moving on, then go and continue moving on.
No, you said to go to 12, correct?
Yeah. I thought that was the end of the menu page.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So 12 puts us at the end of menu page. That's just to get the list going. So I wanted you to stop there just to verify that that when you launch the procedure, your printer model listing works.
Whoops. No. The first page, I have attached 2 documents.
Okay.
So I click
you'll
next. I got the what is your printer model undefined. Okay.
Okay. So the way the attachments work for this and for the way this works, the document gets uploaded to the first step, get list only. So in linked documents on the get list step, that's an action step, you want to link the toner form there.
Yeah, I forgot to turn to an action list.
Okay.
An action.
Okay. Yeah, it's got to be an action. And then your connector, make sure your connector in this case has the right configuration to bring in the correct results. It should be sheet 1 exclamation B2 through B7, B2 colon B7 is what the result cell should be. The exclamation point.
I got it right, but I have an undefined in the menu.
Okay.
Sheet 1.
So I put mine in, I believe when I'm doing this needs to be, I think, in double quotes.
Yep.
Okay. Is it capitalized, the S?
Yes.
Okay. That should be
Can you go just a step back?
Here?
No. Back again. Get cell value. Okay. Do I have this? Yes, the order is not the same, but I am at get cell value. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the order doesn't matter, but as long as it's get cells, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then the result cell should be, yeah, in quotes, sheet 1, exclamation point, B2, and then a colon, and then B7, close exclamation.
Yep.
I'm sorry, close quote. And then you have your result value. This doesn't really have any input. This doesn't really have any effect on the output here as far as the list working. But just make sure we have the correct result and error values there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the menu step, this is going to be in the form. When you drag and drop the form in, let's see.
Do I need to have my document, linked document and linked form also in there? No.
Nope. Just on the one page only. There it is. So the printer model, clicking on the wrench icon. Is going to be
single or double quote.
These are double quotes here.
Because my finish isn't lighting up for me to click on.
You should display an error. It should be displaying an error message.
Result, my printer, ref. I don't have model, I have ref.
Okay. Does the screenshot show ref?
There we
hope
go.
not.
It did. I cut and pasted it from the screenshot.
Oh, look at that. Yep, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's bad. Okay.
So it's
I'll make a
printer
note.
model.
Yeah, so printer model is what we set earlier.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's what we set earlier. So yeah, result my printer model essentially is what we're looking for, because I think where was it earlier? We had set somewhere within here in the connector. Yeah, within the connector, you set the result set coming from the connector. So the result set is going to be result _ my _ printer _ model. And then the form reads that result set, comparing against to format against the list in B2 through B7.
Yeah, mine's still grayed out, even after I changed it to model. So it's result _ my _ model, _ printer _ model.
Yeah. So
Correct.
essentially, yeah. So let's just do this. Let's just back this out, this input value.
Okay.
And if you right click on it, what options do you have listed here? The very first two should be the ones listed that I have: error, my printer, and result, my printer model in this case. Do you have those?
So I have, yeah, I do. Error, my printer model. Right. And then result, my printer model.
Okay. Go and select result, my printer model. Just double click on it to select it. And now go ahead and do the open bracket. And then type out the rest, the sheet 1 exclamation B2 colon B7 close quote. You don't. Okay. So for you then, who is that speaking? Sebastian. So Sebastian, go ahead and go back to the get list step. Go to the connectors tab. And do you have any values in the result and error section of the output variables? Okay. So then going back, what's wrong? Okay, so double click to open up the connector. Just double click anywhere on the text in there. Go ahead and step through until you get to the output variables. Make sure the check boxes are checked on those two values. No problem. Yeah, no worries. Now you should have them listed when you modify the form properties.
And I'm all set, Brian.
That works for you now?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Good. You're welcome.
Yeah, it worked for me too. Thanks.
Good. So I can get some documentation to clean up. Okay.
Did we need to run through and test this, or are we still?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you got a list. So if you're getting a list on the initial set, this is all I care about at this point. This is where we are.
Okay.
If this list works in run mode, then you're good to go for this point.
Checking it now. Yep, I got the exact same thing you have, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Sebastian, did that work? Perfect. Okay. All right. So now we're able to grab the information from the Excel spreadsheet. So we didn't populate anything in the form, right? When we created the form question, we didn't create a list. We're pulling that now dynamically from the Excel spreadsheet. So technically, what you could do is I can go ahead. I'm going to close this out on this side because Excel doesn't like having two documents with the same name. I can edit this document directly. I can double click and open it directly from self-help. So I can change if I wanted to. I'm just going to give you a demonstration. I don't want you guys to do this, but I can change this from an HP LaserJet Pro 200, for example, to maybe it's a 500. All right. And if I close it, it's going to ask me if I want to save. So sure, I'll save it. Yeah. And what that does, it re-uploads the file back into self-help. So next time when I launch this procedure, it should be reading the same exact values. And so my printer model now is an HP LaserJet Pro 500, not a 200. I'm going to go put it back. Whoops, I didn't need to do that, but all right, let them go put it back here. So I can also continue extending out this list too, but that means I need to extend out the listing within the Excel formula that's in self-help. All right, back to where we were here. We're somewhere around what, 80? Okay, somewhere around here. All right. Okay, here we go. So next step is to go ahead and display the result set. So the result set is going to be reading from sheet 1 G4. So we're still using the same Excel connector. We're still using the same Excel spreadsheet, but this time our result cells are going to be different. So if you remember in the listing, our result cells was sheet 1, B2 through B7, right? So we could get a list. This time we're getting a single value. And we're getting the single value from sheet 1, G4. Put the Excel sheet back up here. So we're trying to read this value, G4. We're going to use that value. We're going to read that value by reading sheet 1 G3 and placing in sheet 1 G3 the printer model that we selected originally. What happens is, remember that list, right? The dynamic list is going to be one of these guys. One of these guys we're going to place in G3. We're then going to read back what comes from G4. That's the goal. So it gives you some examples here. So on the next page, the result and error fields. You're going to need to go ahead and set the result and error fields as they follow here. Result my toner, error my toner. Make sure you select the check boxes, just like they're outlined here. And then in your display page, you're going to provide your printer result. And that should be, of course, the printer model as the question response. That's pretty simple. The toner model, however, is going to read the result my toner. And again, just like the drop-down listing, formatted with the open brackets, sheet 1 exclamation G4 close quote, close bracket. So that's going to be a matter of inserting an expression and then entering in those values. Okay, so remember the result my toner should show up in that right-click listing. It'll also show up in that wizard listing too if it doesn't show up immediately for you, but it'll show up in the wizard listing for sure. And then you can enter the sheet 1 G4 value afterwards. All right, so then go ahead and run a test. Start from the beginning. You're going to select a printer model, and then the next page should show you the printer model you selected and the corresponding toner model from the spreadsheet. You can confirm it by looking at the references in column C to make sure that it is the right one. Okay. Go ahead and run through that now and let me know how you come out. We'll stop at step 21.
It's working for me.
Oh, you already did it. Okay. Very good. All right.
I got a question.
Yeah.
If multiple users are running the same procedure, they will use their own Excel file?
No, it stores in memory
Okay.
is what it does. So it doesn't actually open it for editing. It just uses it for memory. So it's
But each user will got his own version in memory?
yes, that's right.
Okay.
So we're going to add in another connector, right?
That's right. Now
Okay.
you don't need to create a whole new connector. Remember, you already
Right.
have one. You just drag it in. It's the same configuration for the get cells result. That's what you're after.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let me know when you get done with that result and make sure that it's working for you. Anybody still working?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
For some reason, I just can't get this connector working.
What do you have in your connector settings?
So my connector settings. Hang on a second.
I've got mine up on screen for you to reference.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Can you go back 2?
Yep.
All right, and you chose set some cells. All right, so I got that. Yep.
Yeah, it should be get cell. Yeah, get cell values.
Okay. And then sheet G4. I do have that. Yep. Then array.
So you click
that's
on,
what I'm missing right there.
Click on the add a key, and it adds a line for you.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm missing there.
Okay. So yeah, we're getting the result cells of G4, but the question is, how are you getting it? So we have to plug in something to G3 in the Excel spreadsheet in order for it to read back something in G4. So we're going to plug something into G3, and this is what we're going to plug in, which was what was the printer model. Because if you look at the spreadsheet, that's what we're doing. We're taking that printer model, plugging it in there in the spreadsheet, essentially in the background is what's happening. Then the result is what we're getting back.
Okay, and you got that in the key value by right clicking, correct? Printer.
No, just simply click the link that says add a key value. Just click it.
No, right. No, I got that part.
Oh, yes, yes. In the yellow, yes. Just right click, and it will give you the listing. You're getting printer model is what you're getting, and if you select printer model, since there's only one option, it will only select that. So if I right click, now I can start typing, and it starts giving me some information. Printer model is the question that's being asked in the very first page. And there's a lot of printer whatevers that we've got going on here, but printer model is the one we're working with. If I double click it, it already adds what I need because there's only one question. But if I had something that was different questions, like for example, we had our international provisioning form at one point.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So now I have printer model. What is your printer model? Right.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then next, do I need to fill in the result?
Yes. The result and error will need to be filled in, and make sure that the check boxes are checked.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the last one here to finish up.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, is it working now? Barry, is it working?
No, because when I type those things in, it's giving me the result underscore my underscore printer underscore model. It's underlined in red.
In this part, you want toner.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, my bad. Yep. I knew I was trying to go too fast here. Yeah, toner's working. Much better.
Yeah, because I think we already have result my underscore model used elsewhere. That's why it's not letting you use it.
Finish. Yep. All right. Okay. I'm on track.
Okay.
Thank you.
yeah, your tone of reference also needs to have that same value in the expression, result underscore my toner, and then the sheet 1G4. You know how it turns out for you?
Yep, looks good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. All right. So, so that rounds out the Excel stuff here. The last sets of procedures we'll be probably working on here for the most part. Let's go ahead and move on to the next lab. This one's got some a bunch of clicking to do, and this one is where we get to add custom images to the top level folders, topic level and upper level folders. So as you recall, when we launched the project, as it is right now, so when we launched this project out there, what you're seeing is we have these default folder icons. We can change these. So even if I go in one more level, I still have a default folder icon here. So we can change these values so that way they have something a little bit more relevant maybe to the actual value itself. So I've got some pictures we'll be able to take advantage of. And within the guide here, it shows you how to do that. If I can get to it, there we go. So under the top level, each of lab A, B, C, and D, you're going to right click, you skip the top 5, by the way. You're going to go ahead and right click on lab A, go ahead and go to new document. You're going to name the document as index, all lowercase, and then you're going to point to the images that we have in our exercises. So under lab E, there are some image files that are there. And so you'll go ahead and do lab A, B, C, and D for each one of those. And then underneath each of those is the labs folder. That same labs PNG file will be recycled under each one. So you'll do the same, and as you go under labs, you'll do the same thing under labs and continue on down there. So you'll have an index file under lab A, B, C, and D, and you'll have an index file under all the other labs folders as well. Once you get done with that, go ahead and publish your project, and then go ahead and see what the results look like. Okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Great. Okay, so it sounds like people are starting to get done here. So as you can see, after you publish and you launch, we've got these nice little pretty images that are out here that show pictures for each of the lab folders. And when you dive in, you've got another style of picture for each of the lab folders. And so you can do the same thing in applying pictures for any other type of support area that you may have. So if you have Office, for example, you can upload the Office logo for Word, the Word logo, etc. If you're using other shrink wrap type products or well-known products, if you can get a copy of the logo, then you can upload it and place it in there for that topic area. Just so that way you can, again, bring visual attention to these areas, especially as your customer is going through these types of things, then you can go ahead and see how these work. And your customers can actually get a visualization of what the topic is about and the product level it's going to support. All right. So a couple of things to note about the interface here. I wanted to make mention of some areas. So first of all, this little area to the right here with all these with the text here. This is what we call a news project. So the news project is a separate project, but it must exist within the domain and it must be called news. And there are some considerations to it. We'll go through that. It's got a content file. And this essentially is what is displayed from the content file. So you can always update it, change it, modify, etc., whatever you need to do. It is mostly just plain text. It's HTML and HTML aware, but there's no back-end plugin directly to Service Manager, for example, to bring in a data source, for example, like you would for Service apps. It's not designed for that, not to this point anyway. With the top 5 FAQ, of course, that is the folder name that we provided within the project itself. You don't have to limit yourself. In other words, I said top 5, and that's what we put in. You don't have to limit yourself to a top any number. You could just put in top FAQ or just FAQ. And this list is a static list, and you have to build it out. It won't dynamically grow or shrink. Now, we've created a bunch of procedures in all these different areas. We can easily link them from this particular section into the top 5 FAQ, so that way some of these things are more quickly accessible to people's fingertips. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how, first of all, to edit these items and how to add additional items into the FAQ listing. You go back into your studio, you will see a news project. You expand the news project. In here, you're going to see an index file. If you open up the index file, double click to open it, this is the content that is being displayed in that top corner. So you can provide any information in here that you want. What a lot of people do is simply provide contact information. And that could be whatever phone number is you want to plug in, email addresses, etc. Okay, and of course you can always plug in a URL or a link, hyperlink against those values too. So it won't automatically display, but you can do that. So this would become like a mail to, for example, And then it's going to be, of course, that particular email address. Same thing with a phone number. You can highlight that and make that a link, and I think that's a phone or something like that, a phone link, and that way at least you can make a phone link, however you want that to be displayed. Once you make these changes, if I save this and close this, if I go back out and refresh the page, we're not going to see the changes right away. In order to see those changes in the news project, once you make changes, you will have to publish it just like any other project. So it will have its own publishing requirements. So you can simply just go publish that news project. On this one, I don't really care about anything else behind it, other than the fact it still has to have access to a group. So that one has to have access to a group, and that likely can be public. But nonetheless, everything else, the re-indexing, the alias, and all that jazz, it doesn't matter. It just needs to be accessible by a group. Now that it's been published on its own right, I can refresh my page here, and now I get the new content. So there's my clicking value, and then I can go ahead and launch whatever it is that I need to launch to be able to launch an email. Okay. All right. Any questions on the news topic? Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the FAQ. Again, in our project, we have the top 5 FAQ, right? Now, we name it top 5 or top 10 or something like that because you don't want that list to grow to an infinite amount. It really gets too big and it won't work right. So we want to keep that to a limited, usually between 8 and 10 is a magic number as far as a max number goes. You start going beyond that, you're going to start having some weird display issues. Now, we can continue to add different FAQ topics that are in here. What we can also do is take advantage of other items that might be in here. So, for example, I have this printer quick select or printer link select, right? I can use one of these as my FAQ. The way to do so would be simply to create a new procedure in the FAQ. You want to follow the standard naming practices for organization, however it needs to be based on the bracket value. So I have hello world as the very first one. If I want to make this the very first one, then maybe I have to make it like either a 1 or even A1, for example, in order for it to be ahead of just A. So I'll go ahead and make this B, and then this is going to be, let's call it printer quick select. I can name it whatever I like. Ultimately, what's going to happen is I'm not going to reinvent the wheel here. I'm not going to redo that entire procedure. What I'm going to do is take the original procedure and drag it out here. It's a sub-procedure now. It's a shortcut. So essentially I have a procedure name. That procedure name proceeds to go call the shortcut. So if I happen to update the printer quick select procedure, guess what? My FAQ is updated too. It has all the greatest and latest content. So now when I publish this, I have to be careful because if I did not test it, you're going to see that it is not enabled. I didn't launch it. Notice it doesn't have a play button against it. If it doesn't have a play button against it, that means it's not user accessible. So I need to make it so. There. Now it's user accessible. From there, I can go ahead and finish it out. Just make sure everything's good to go for the indexing. So now when I refresh, I now have 2. And when I launch that one, it's the same procedure. The only difference is that this one lives under the top 5 FAQ versus living under the other area for the Lab A section, where this particular one currently exists. So when I finish this, this is going to dump me out, and it's going to dump me out into the top 5 FAQ folder when I'm finished. Yep, and there I am. I'm in the top 5 FAQ. Now, if I need to, of course, navigate out of here, I simply click on home and I can go back and navigate. Okay. So it's really easy to build out these items. You just have to find out which ones are pertinent and helpful.
I just one question. What
Yeah.
makes top 5 FAQ there on the right side instead of at the same level of lab A, B, C?
It's the skin configuration.
Okay.
So the skin configuration, which is driven by CSS and all kinds of stuff in the background. So,
but
I'm not going to.
It take the first project.
No. Maybe I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Are you asking strictly about positioning, or the fact that it's the first what folder becomes that the FAQ listing?
That's right. What folder becomes here?
It's always the first folder in the project.
Okay.
So if I were to rename this, let's say, I'll give you an example right here. So I'm going to rename this E. Okay. Now Lab A is my first folder. So when I republish this, okay. So when I republish this and I refresh, my Lab A is pretty much going to be gone from the listing over here. It's going to be over here. There's Lab A, but it has nothing in it.
Okay.
And that's because there's no procedures directly in the folder. It's all substructure. So the FAQ listing has no substructure. It's just procedures right off the root to the folder.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, in your project, whatever the first folder is, that's automatically your FAQ. Even though you name it top 5 FAQ, it needs to be sorted to the top. And that's why we use the brackets.
Thank you.
Hey, Brian, can you remind me again how to activate the top 5 FAQ, the printer quick select?
Yeah, so when you go through and do your publication, there's 2 ways to do it. Of course, you can always launch it and just double click to launch it. It becomes an entry point. When you're in publication, if you haven't tested it, you don't need to, obviously, if it's just a shortcut. Just simply check the box. Either unchecking it is not accessible, checking it is accessible.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so now when I refresh again, I should have my folders realigned. There we go. We're realigned back to where we should be. Okay. Let's see. So with regard to the layout here, we talked about the folder structure. We talked about images that can go in here. We talked about the top 5 FAQ. We talked about the news and how to publish that. The next thing that comes out of all of this, so we've gone over through everything that I had to offer directly in self-help. The next piece is going to offer some insight into how we do some of our reporting and some of the requirements of that. Before we get there, do you have any questions on any of the topics we've discussed so far? Anything about how we do the connectors, anything about the pages, action types, or linking projects, or sorry, linking knowledge flows together, sub procedures, anything like that? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and run through the next stage here. So the next stage in our training is going to be covering the admin portion. So that's going to cover a little bit about the reporting and analytics that we have in self-help. So we have an online studio. The online studio contains a way to launch reporting and to create reporting. Part of that is going to be using a built-in template of reporting that's based on, currently is based on, what is it, Tableau. And then there's a secondary reporting option that uses Excel, but it is not a friendly, readable Excel file. It's really designed to be grouped and tasked into a BI reporting tool, even like Power BI or Tableau itself, of course, or whatever BI type of reporting tool you might have that can accept an Excel spreadsheet and group by things. All right, so let's go ahead and walk through this. The way to access this is still going to be through our base level of the EasyVista self-help site. So in this case, it's forum-sh.easyvista-training.com. The rest of this out. Okay, so that's the base URL, and then it's going to be /studio/login. Let me know when you reach that site. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Great. Okay. All right. So when you reach this site, it's already going to have your credentials saved in this environment, but your login is simply going to be whatever your login is to get into self-help itself. So if you ever whenever you authenticate to self-help, to the studio, you are presented with a login and password. Okay. And if it's saved for you, then all you need is just that portion of it, and then whatever the password is. If you ever forget your password, someone else can go reset that for you. That's really easy to do. I'll show you how that's done, and then you can simply log in with the new password. But without that password information, you won't be able to get this. You won't be able to get past this login point. So the login, if it's not populated for you, it is expert for the login and expert for the password. Super secret here. Go ahead and select the login button. And then you'll be brought into the home page for the analytics. So what this is showing for your project information, your environment. Okay, it's showing different draft levels that have been out there. These are procedures and or objects that are out there. The to be approved procedures and objects. How many have been approved so far? You can also sort by different domains, different projects you might have, different authors and periods. And this would be the recently changed values. For example, the different procedures, the different pictures, the different files, whatever has been modified. If it has a play button, it's going to be a procedure. Okay, so you can always see what that's going to do. You can click on the play button and launch it and see what it's going to do for you. And just so that way you actually can play it and play it back in real time. This also gives you an executions, the procedures, the growth of your procedures, as well as unique users over time. And then your what we call most popular journeys. And these are the popular journey or knowledge flows or what have you, or procedures that have been executed in the environment. Yeah, so this is just a basic heads up. Now, getting into the actual analytics area, you go into analytics, we have different areas to work through. We have extracts, extraction profiles, and scheduling, and then an API dashboard. I don't know that API dashboard is going to have anything in it at this point. So normally it's going to be stuff called from the self-help API, things like that. We don't have anything here. There's nothing that's calling that specifically. So we're going to go ahead and work backwards here. Extraction profiles are what's necessary in order to create an extract. Once you create an extraction profile, you can then schedule that extraction profile to create an extract. And what we mean by extract is essentially a reporting file, whether it's a Tableau file or an Excel file based on parameters established in the extraction profiles. Go ahead and click on extraction profiles. We're going to go ahead and walk through creating one. Once you have the extraction profiles listed or selected, you'll be provided all the extraction profiles that are currently available. By the way, in order to access this area, you do have to have domain manager permission. You can't just send any knowledge writer out here to do this. You have to have domain manager permission for this. All right, new profile. Go ahead and click on new profile, and then we get some options. We have options, of course, for a profile name, the type, meaning that it's either going to be Excel-based or Tableau-based, the format, either it's simply steps, executions, or step debug. And we have a couple of different languages for English as well as French. And then lastly, we have other options to include, such as the search engine values, the executions, the procedures, and the concurrent sessions value. When we go to pick projects, you have to pick a domain first, then you get to pick projects from that particular domain that you may have access to. And you should, being a domain manager, you should have access to all of them. And then lastly, variables to be extracted. So if you have any variables that you're calculating based on feedback, for example, so we get to the point of creating a ticket, you can tag a variable. In other words, like successful or not successful, something like that, or true or false for successful. And that variable then gets a response. And depending upon which path people choose when they go to either create a ticket or not create a ticket, then you can get the variable to be extracted and get a count of the procedures launched, how many people created tickets. Was it a large percentage or a small percentage? And if it was a small percentage, then that means your self-help is helping. It's doing its job. But if it's a larger percentage, or maybe higher than where you want it to be, then self-help maybe isn't doing its full job or full potential, and therefore that gives you ideas or areas and where to go focus. Procedures that might need to be updated or changed or modified. And that way you can go ahead and get feedback and elicit feedback for those, for example, or utilize the variables to be extracted to help guide you in that direction. Let's go ahead and create a new profile. I'm going to go ahead and create this profile as, let's go ahead and do Excel reports, or just report really. We'll go ahead and leave it as Excel. We have steps or executions. So the difference between these is the steps that have been provided within the environment that we have, and the executions of the procedures that have been out there. So this way we can see all the steps that have been run through, or we can see overall executions of procedures. This gives a bit more detail. So we'll go ahead and do steps. Then we'll go ahead and do all four options here for search engine, executions, procedures, etc. For the domain filter, we only have one domain. So we're going to go ahead and simply select and add that domain. Once we do, then we go ahead and have the option for additional project filters. And you should be able to go ahead and add your project. If you have other projects that you want to report against, maybe other projects that are in use by other departments that might be needed to be brought back, you can go ahead and select those and bring them back as well. And again, if you have variables to be extracted, you need to know the variable name to add. Okay, if you don't know the variable name to add, then this is not going to help you. But we had different variables, for example, like phone OS or phone type, things like that we had where those were selected. So if I do phone OS, for example, I can get a count for how many times phone OS was tracked and what value it was. So this might give me a representation of how many iPhone users versus Android users might be using my system. Or maybe how many iPhone and Android users I have overall. That might give me an idea as to how many there are overall, not only just using the system, but how many there are overall. All right, we're going to go ahead and save. This provides us the profile. So we're expected to get information in the report based on the parameters that we specified. Now, we have the ability to go ahead and schedule. We can go ahead and simply execute right away. We can edit it and modify the permission, modify the settings here. In other words, change it from maybe steps to executions, things like that. You can, of course, delete it or, of course, add a new profile. Either way, if you select execute or schedule, scheduling, you're going to be asked, when do you want this to run? But ultimately, you're also going to be asked, as far as the execution phase, what time frames are we looking for to gather information? So if we set a start date, let's say yesterday, and our end date is going to be today, we're going to gather 2 days worth of information. If it's a large report, if I'm running this over maybe several weeks or several months, it may be a very large report, and it may take a little bit of time, and it could also put some stress on the self-help server while doing so. I can go ahead and do the execution delay and delay it until a specific date and or time. So maybe I can do it when the system is less busy, after hours maybe, and then that way I can wait for my report to come out, and then afterwards I can, of course, always send an email to the recipients. That might include me, might include somebody else, maybe my boss or something like that. And then a little note here, a link will be added to your message, and the file itself, a link will be added to your message, and the file itself will be attached if it's not too big. So the default limit is 5,000 kilobytes, approximately 5 megabytes, maybe a little bit less than that. So if it doesn't reach the 5 megabyte limit, then it will go ahead and attach. If it does reach the 5 megabyte limit, then it's going to be simply a link, and then that link will let you go download the file. I'm going to uncheck those two options, and we're just going to launch straight away here in the console. And so now we wait. So we have one task in progress right now. This is executing the report. It may not auto refresh on you. So this is supposed to finish within a few seconds anyway. So it's likely not going to refresh on you. You can always simply force a refresh by just going to F5 or refresh the browser itself. When it's done, then it gives you the response information that's there. And obviously it says task 0. And then there's my Excel report. Clicking on the Excel report, we get some options. I can go ahead and send this by email. I can delete it, or I can go and download it. It also gives me the information of what this report contains. That's all based on the profile. I can go ahead and download. And when I open it, this is the stuff I get back. So not exactly user-friendly to just sit here and try to read through and figure this thing out. We do, however, have a little bit of saving grace on some of this just to help you out. Within the guide here, there is an information about the Excel reports, and it's called Excel Statistical Reports. So clicking on that link, this brings me to the wiki. And if you want to grab the shortcut for that, if you want to save it, I'll just go ahead and copy it and put it out into the chat for you guys, just so you can have a copy of it. Save that off if you like. So what this provides is an overview of the Excel spreadsheet that's being provided in the Excel output. Within this Excel spreadsheet, this is an example of what it looks like. It has bits of information, as you can see, as well as several different tabs. And what we've provided out here is what the tabs contain and what their values are designed to be for, and how we can go ahead, what the different sections are. And this would help you to create a more full-featured report in Power BI or Tableau, for example, based on this information, doing group bys, counts, etc., so you can get a much clearer picture than what the default output comes out as. Okay? So this talks also about the procedure sheet, what it relates to. There's relations back and forth between each of these tabs. So the first tab is all about executions. And you're going to see that it's going to have some information here, such as like the procedure UID, procedure ID, right? Well, we also have a procedures tab that also contains procedure information, page ID, domain ID, the project ID. So we can relate back to different areas and different configurations. There's a project ID here that relates back to a project ID on the procedure. And now I have some ways to actually make some relationships between these two tabs. Same thing on the folder sheet, as well as the concurrence. This is going to be the logged on users. I have a search engine sheet that helps me to understand what searches have been performed within the environment and how to read the information that there is there. And there's lastly a skipped sheet. This is what shows this sheet displays the database records that were not included during the extraction, and error message might include the problem for each record, why it was not included, for why it was skipped. Okay. All right, so again, as you can see, we have different executions that are out here. We have the hello world. We have the toner menu page name that was all run out through here for the different procedures. Yep, and you can also see the procedures, the increasing project version. And so now you can see different values of the project versions and how they're identified. And then lastly, our folders, anything skipped. Nothing skipped, so that's good. And then logged on user sessions. So I got a max concurrent count of 1 essentially at all times. That's to be expected because I'm the only user on it. Okay. The other one is going to require Tableau. I'm not sure that it's on here, but we'll go ahead and generate it anyway. Extraction profiles. So going back to extraction profiles, I can go in again, just call this my Tableau report. Going to be a Tableau style format. I can identify either steps or executions, steps debug, things like that, my domain filter value, my project filter, any variables that I might want to use. And in here we have the default template is the only template to be included. I'll go ahead and save, and again, execute right away. Set for the same date ranges. Upon execution, we'll go and refresh. And there's my Tableau file. So again, just like the Excel, we can go ahead and download it. Looks like I do have it. So it looks like if you launch it, this should launch into Tableau. You should have Tableau Reader on here, it looks like. It take a minute to load. Where is it? There we go. Tableau Reader is free, just like Adobe Acrobat Reader, but you can't write any reports with it, but you can read Tableau files. So this will be our default template, and it gives some decent information in here. There's going to be some things that we're missing because of some of the variables that it expects to call out based on some default values and things. So you'll see some of that. Okay. Go away. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just go and work through this as is. So executions over time. So this is just calling out for the month of October, but I can. Oh boy. All right. Fine. Let's go ahead and redo this then. Fine. I'll have to register it, I guess. Okay. All right, fun stuff. Okay, so within these Tableau sheets, you can dive in and get some more details on some of these. So this shows October 2021, for example. So if I do click on this, I think it can dive down further. I thought maybe not. Okay, I thought it could dive down further in some of these. the heck is all that? Okay. Yeah, I thought these could dive down further, but maybe not. So I thought I could go down to the day. It's just not showing the day. At any rate, okay. So I thought that could dive down in the day. I know some of these you can dive down in, a little bit deeper if you want, and some of these, at least you used to be able to. There we go. So I can highlight, and some of this information may change based on what I selected. So for example, I selected the top 5 FAQ, and it said average number of steps by category. Now, if I change my selection, then it changes some of my information, scenarios, average steps by category, etc. If I deselect it, then I believe it puts it all back to its default considerations. I have popular journeys within this, average steps per journey, average execution time, number of executions, and then completed user journeys. So that way, these are things that have allowed me to go see what actually has been executed within these areas. So I've completed true and completed false. Some of these are updating. There we go. Ticket distribution. So what this is telling me that these were completed. Ticket distribution. With that, I'm not sure exactly what this refers to specifically. I think this more or less comes down to whether or not the topic was completed. In other words, successfully clicked through and not abandoned, and therefore considered it as solved. In other words, they went through it and they considered it as solved. This is all a built-in query in the background. I don't have any control over how that runs, but so this is just a template to get you off the ground, just get you some basic information off of this. The Excel sheet obviously can get you a heck of a lot more information. There's a lot more there. You can get a lot more detail out of it. You can get more information based on what's in the Excel spreadsheet. You have a lot more flexibility there. All right. Any questions to this point?
No question.
Okay. All right. A couple more items that I'd like to go ahead and take advantage of. So, as you know, within self-help, you have a lot of different values that you can enter at different property-wise that you can enter against the procedures. And you could go one at a time, each procedure at a time, and go enter information such as in the description, things like that. So we have a different way to go about that. And instead of going procedure by procedure, what we can actually do is export what we call the project metadata, and then import that back through the admin tool. That way you have the ability to put in description information, things like that, tags or what have you, and that then becomes accessible to self-help to take advantage of. So to do that, switch over to your Explorer and self-help. You're going to right-click on your project, go to Export, and then get metadata. For now, just throw it up on your desktop. And it should attempt to open right away. It's a CSV file. Make sure that you are getting some column headings here. Once you do, click OK. And it'll open up the entire list of procedures and projects. Let me know when you have the file open.
I have.
Okay.
Open.
Great. All right, so just a quick reminder here. So we have the ability to go ahead and set the description real quickly on each one of these that we deem necessary to add. So you can just write some quick verbiage against each one of these procedures right through this Excel spreadsheet, save the CSV file, and we could go switch back over to the studio and upload it, and that information would then become visible and accessible to use. So if you want to go ahead, I'm not going to guide you exactly on what to write, but just go ahead and write a sentence just for each of the procedures. Of course, you can skip the calc proc. That's not necessary. But any of the others, go ahead and just add a sentence or two against them and just kind of whatever you want to add. And then we'll go back through the process of uploading, and I'll show you that here in a moment. Let me know when you're ready. Yep.
I'm done.
Okay. Right. Those two are skipped, right? Okay. So this is already saved on your desktop. Once you have your information set, just simply go ahead and click save. And that's going to go ahead and we're going to keep the CSV format. All right. Just a little bit of information to the right here. It gives all the ID information, the ID, the scenario ID, the path where it exists. We also have some other topics that are going to be in here, such as whether or not it's an agent flag. So agent flag means that this is built into the virtual agent. We also have whether or not it's dialogue friendly. We also have whether or not there are certain tags to be used. And certain tags to be used would actually be tags against the service bots self-help. The service bots manager. There's a cloud tag that we can take advantage of. I think I may have an example in service apps. I'll take a look and see if I can give you an example of what that is. All right, so we have that there. Next, we're going to go switch over to our admin studio. Once you're in the admin studio, you're going to go ahead and go into, let's see, is it users? Yeah, users, projects. There we go, projects, that's what I want. So I want projects, import attributes. So to import attributes, we have to have the Excel spreadsheet. So we're going to go ahead and click on the import attributes button. You can either click here or drop the file in. It should be on your desktop. Is it not? Where's the file? PC desktop, okay. Time. Oh. There we go. Desktop, there we go. That's what I want. Open that up. Go and import. And let's see how this works. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Sometimes when I see that, that scares me. Okay. All right, so it says it was imported successfully. I had to refresh. So hopefully you got a success message as well. All right, once that is done, what you'll have to do is simply refresh the project view. You may have to close out and come back in, but we'll go ahead and give it a try here. So right-click on the project and simply choose refresh. What that should do, that should reallocate the data that's in the view here. So if I go back to a procedure, link select, for example, and go to properties, I'm not getting anything here. Let me check some others. I may have to close out and close and come back in. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close out of self-help. I'll come back in, and then that should hopefully reset the view there. That did not come in. That's disappointing. Okay. That normally would come in, provide the details there. I know it's worked for clouds and everything. I've worked for it for description. Okay. I'll have to follow up on that one too. Used to work. So I guess that's not working currently. Did it work for anybody else?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's supposed to work. That's supposed to bring in information, so that way it shows what the description is against that particular procedure. So that would show the result set, but it is not bringing that in that I can see. Don't think I have. There's no attributes. There's no errors or anything. Okay. All right. So it should be there, right? Just double check. Make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. Yep, there's all the data. All right. I'm not sure why that's not coming through, but that should have gone through. At any rate. Okay. What that should have done is put that information in the description field, and apparently, unfortunately, it did not, and I'm not sure why, so I'll have to follow up on that one. But that's what it should have done. It should have added the description to each of these. That way you don't have to edit them directly.
Can we import from the studio, the desktop version?
Yes, as far as documents and things like that.
No, the metadata that on the Excel file.
Oh, no, you can't.
No?
We do have the ability to import, but not in that way. So there are some features here that are available to do. We can import from an archive, which we've done before. We can import from a folder, and we can import a list of FAQs, and FAQs would be coming from an Excel spreadsheet. Basically, it's question response, question response, question response. There's some information out here on the wiki about it. It takes some effort to get through. But if we go to the EasyVista wiki, within the wiki, there is a self-help section going into the documentation. Let's see, under templates. See if we go deploying a self-help project. Let me see if that's in here anywhere. Not seeing it off the root. It should be out here pretty visible. Let me look for document import. There we go. So if I search for document import, is the very first one, the mass import of documentation. And this provides a way to import documents that have a lot of content in them into self-help. And the way you need to do it is you'd have to structure a folder structure to appear exactly the way you want it in a project. Now, the project that it goes into is not a functional project. It is simply a placeholder. It won't work if you publish it. and it won't display if you try to execute it. It is only there as a repository, which means whatever comes in here, you would then have to move it out of this project and into your real project, whatever that may be. So this is an example of some of the stuff that can come into there. A single page, if there's no page breaks, and I don't mean like going from one page to another, I mean a hard page break. If there's no page breaks, it's all one giant step. If there are page breaks, then it identifies each individual each individual item as a step. Now, there are some drawbacks in which the step name is all the same throughout. You also don't have a way to add in options. It's just straight click next, 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 next is what it's designed for. These aren't designed for complex procedures. This is designed for straight up informational approaches.
Okay.
So then it provides you a procedure on how to perform the import. There's a mass import tool. You can generate a AAR file, essentially an archive, a self-help archive file, and then you import that archive file. And when you import that archive file, based on the structure that you've identified and where the documents reside, they end up getting created as the documents and related procedures. So the individual documents become procedures. The substructure or the folder structure become the folders within that project. And then you would be moving things between projects. Moving things between projects is very simple. It's not that difficult to do. So we could actually take something from, not the integration, sorry, from the demo knowledge base and move it into or copy it into the our lab structure here. So if we had, for example, something about IT equipment, there's all kinds of stuff for IT equipment. We could go ahead and export this particular one. Export between projects. We get the ability to, moment, maybe. Thing. Okay. All right, normally this is not such a hassle. Close this out and we'll try to relaunch this because that just completely died. What's supposed to happen is there should be a wizard that pops up and allows us to either export into an actual archive file, or we can actually export it into another project. So in other words, you can't just simply copy and then go paste into another project. If I attempt to do so, it's not really going to work, essentially. So what we would need to do is we would need to go ahead and export. Oh my gosh, is that really trying to do it? Is it big? Okay. Didn't think that was going to be that big, but okay. I don't know what's happening here. I've got some real issues. I'm not sure what's happening here. At any rate, what's supposed to happen? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could show you this. It's just not doing what I expected to do. So here, let me show you on this side. So this is my other VM environment. So if I have, let's see. Yeah, so I've got this office set up here. So if I wanted to export this into one of my other projects, I can go ahead and export as self-help archive. And as you see, it was starting to turn. And I get an export tool. This is what I expected to get. There are some things to be aware of. All I wanted was Word. What you're seeing is more than that. As you can see, I get more than just Word, and that's because there is a relationship. In other words, the procedures in Word, some of them at least, call out something, other procedures within another folder. So those procedures must come across. I can't deselect them. Okay. Now that also means if there's other forms, they're going to come across too. The problem is that it brings in everything. So these are things that I may not even want or care about to come in. So I have to be very meticulous and very clear about what it is that I do and do not need to bring in. I can uncheck the entire library. So if there happen to be, in other words, if I don't care about the forms that might be in here, I think these two are forms, things like that. If I don't care about any of that, then fine. I can go ahead and not bring in any of the variables and just recreate the forms on my end. And that will be just fine. But I have to understand that that's something I have to do. So this is not straightforward, to be fair, but it is pretty powerful. So as long as I don't have any relationships, it's really easy to use, really easy to go, and I can work to another project and import into one of my environments. So if I wanted to put it into, just throw in that guy. So it's going to move into this lab BSD1 out here. So when I expand it, after this is done, then it's going to have the word structure. Here we go. And there I go. I got Word now.
Okay.
Yep. So I can move things between projects pretty easily. You just have to be very careful about what the relationships are. Generally, I try to avoid making complete structure, or a complete procedure that has all kinds of nice pretty links. I just want it straight up. I just need to move the content. So the major formatting is done, the prettiness is set up, but the links are done separately in the destination project.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's see here. Let's see, I think that runs out about what I've got here to show you. Let me see if I have a little bit of time to show you about service bots, at least the simple aspect of it. So within service bots are done through the online tool. We'll go ahead and switch over to the admin, online admin. All right, there is an area within the tool called service bots. Within this area, you are able to create a service bot and then put it essentially wherever you want. Creating a service bot is rather simple. Within the agents area is where we would go. Now, currently, we do have one in this particular environment called training agent. We can go and take a look at the properties of it. So it's going to have an agent name, it's going to have a name, and it's going to have a reference. This reference is going to be utilized by service apps, for example, and it's going to be utilized within the coding of the HTML, that's the code behind, if you will, for this particular service bot. We also need to include a domain so that way we know what projects to pull from. Whenever we create a virtual agent or service bot, we always need to include the virtual agent social base project. That virtual agent social base project is available on the wiki. You'll have to put it in your own environment. There are some configuration settings to do. I'll cover those in just a moment. And then you'll have your actual project or projects that you want to add in addition to the social base. But the social base is what drives the initial intelligence of connection, and then the rest of it is just simply displaying the content you want to give to your end users for knowledge. You also have a way to configure layouts for the virtual agent, and this will give you a real-time view of the different themes, for example. These are all preset themes that we have, okay? And you can even customize. If you have some kind of theme maybe that you kind of like starting point as, you can go through and modify the pieces, and it can show you. So full panel or EV self-help style, maybe a full page, small panel. So again, you're kind of given just a little bit of change in how this works. You can update the body, the font size, the background. You can change the header. So the header title is EV, and so maybe you can change it to service bot or, Jetson or something like that. You also have the title color. That's this guy up here. So if you want it to be more in line with maybe some of your corporate colors, you can, of course, change the corporate colors as you see fit. And where you want the title left aligned, either left, center, or right. And then, of course, the close icon. The close icon is going to be right next to it. And then we have the agent display name. So we may have an agent display name, and maybe that's going to be Ask Jetson. What is that display? Yeah, right there. So that's their response, right? So Ask Jetson is giving the responses and you're chatting. So essentially, it's a way for you to chat with a virtual agent, if you will. Then you have the user color, you have the agent colors itself, you have the text input areas, which is where this guy is. You also have a way to identify what the submit button looks like, what the background button looks like, display the tags icon, this guy. So if I disable the tags icon, this is an example of stuff that won't come up. This is a tag, is what these are. So if I take that away, then that button just disappears and they can't click it to bring up the common tags. But if I enable it, then they can go and bring it up. All right, so why is all this important? Well, when I go ahead and finish, what that allows me to do, it allows me to, where is it? There was. Maybe I missed it. There was a code. Option to download the code, I thought. I don't see it. There was a button to be able to download the code. In other words, the code behind. So whatever I select, I should be able to download the code behind, but I'm not seeing that. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll just go and add our own and see if that works. At any rate, there's supposed to be a code button that you can download and create an HTML file for it, but I'm not seeing that. I feel like something's off with this whole version. All right. Okay. When you add a new service bot, you have the option to include, essentially in self-help, it'll create some projects. They are empty. It'll create some folder structures, but they are essentially empty. So we have an employees option, a remote worker, or a starter pack. And so these will be mostly empty and things like that. So you have to be careful of what you choose. We'll go ahead and select empty in this case. And then set the general information. So we provide the agent name. So we'll go ahead and call this lab agent. The reference has to be contiguous. Can't have spaces. That's why I added the dash in there with the space. So I can either leave the dash in there or take it out and make it all one word, underscore, what have you. And then set my domain. And then, of course, set my existing projects that I may want. So I have my project, and I have to have the social base. Once you have everything there, you can save and continue. There is a problem there. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I have the same problem.
Yeah, okay. So there's some issues with the background on this for some reason. I'm not sure what the issue is, but it does not like it. That's unfortunate. Okay. So yeah, I should be able to have a configuration here. All right, let's we'll just pretend that we created something. What I'm going to have you do is go ahead and switch over to the app's 40,000 button on your shortcut bar here. When you're prompted for login, go ahead and log in. This will bring you out to service apps. So within service apps, we have all these built-in apps in this particular environment. What I would like you to do, once that comes up, is just simply click on the IT portal shortcut here. We'll just launch that guy. I'm hoping they pre-configured the virtual agent to launch in this. There it is. Okay, so I'm looking for this little speech bubble that shows up down here. And when I hover over it, it has a little yellow border around it. If I click on it, then it logs me in and starts contacting and starts working with me. So, hi, I'm your virtual agent. I'm here to assist you. I can help you on IT issues. Ask me any questions you may have. How can I help you? Okay, well, let's see. How about if I click on help? If I click on help, then it's going to go ahead and try to do something. It's going to try to interpret that or understand it. That little tags button, if I click on the tags, then that should bring back something else. Okay, so it's having trouble trying to communicate back. It's not fully understanding what's going on. That's okay. I'm going to go ahead and give you some insights as to where this is coming from in the first place, especially this part. This is the welcome message that comes from service bots. So service bots are configured directly in self-help as far as the content that comes back here. So we switch real quick back over to our studio. Collapse this demo knowledge base here and my lab. What we're looking for is the virtual agent social base demo. Go ahead and expand this, and you're going to see some procedures right at the beginning. Go ahead and go to the welcome procedure and open it. Click on the welcome task, welcome step. And it should have pretty close to the same information that we just were asked, right? Hi, I'm your virtual agent. I'm here to assist you. I can help on IT issues. Ask me any question you may have. How can I help you? And if we switch back over, look at that. The exact same text, all right? So that is the welcome procedure is what is used to greet your users. So there's different things that it can use. You can change this text. Whenever you change these items anywhere in here, like the welcome or anything like that, then you're going to need to republish that project so the most recent information is available on the public side of the virtual agent. Okay, so anytime you make changes in the virtual agent, you'll need to make sure that you make those changes. Now, there are some links in here, and this is, let's see, I think there is a cloud link. I'm looking for the tag cloud. There's the tag cloud under res. So this tag cloud is a built-in feature. It uses the show tags variable. This show tags variable is what's going to read the tags within a particular project. So I believe it is pointing to the demo knowledge base. And if we go down to like Office and Word, I'm just going to go see if I can find something in here to create a blank document. If we go to Properties, you'll see that it has this tag right here. Okay? This tag. So what that should be doing, that should be reading that tag against the project, against that procedure, and you should see Word as part of these tag clouds that are out here, but it's not reading that for some reason. I'm not sure why. There's obviously a disconnect going on with the virtual agent, as you can see when we try to go configure it. So there's having some information there, having some challenges there. But what that should do is should read the tag cloud. And if you type anything in here that might be related, so maybe if I just do how to create a Word document. Okay, so it doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about. I think it's got some training issues. Yes. Say that one more time. Yes. Yes, absolutely it is. So if you have, Word, so this has a Word tag. And if we can go ahead and maybe check another one, this one probably has a Word tag as well. It does. So what happens is when you get displayed the tag cloud, you saw some of that in the online in the configurator. It had like a couple of boxes that had some words in there. Those were tag clouds. When I click on one of those, then it would display the procedures that are linked to that tag cloud. So it's like a quick search. So if I'm looking at Word, then it displays everything that has tagged against Word, or at least the top 15 or 20. If you have hundreds of them, it won't display hundreds of them. It stops. It has a max row set. So I think it displays about 10 to 20, somewhere in there. After that, it won't display anymore. But what that does, it allows you to set popular items against common phrases like Microsoft Word. Okay, how about a word cloud? What do you want to know about Word? These are the most common things people ask about Word. These are the most common things people ask about Excel. Or maybe these are the most common things people ask about our HRSM system. So, I mean, all these different things that are out there that, or about payroll, about human resources, benefits, about facilities, right? So, about building information. These are the most common things people ask about building information. How do I request a plumbing? How do I request a bathroom to be repaired? How do I request a light bulb to be changed? And you could walk people through that scenario through the virtual agent, and then they can simply complete that effort or even place the ticket through virtual agent, and then that would get created into self-help. So yeah, the tag clouds are there for your benefit. It works kind of like a heat map. I wish I could show you. I don't have one that I can work, but it worked kind of like a heat map in that the tag item that has the most procedures with it becomes a bigger view. So like this is also a tag cloud. The bigger the word, the more items it gets. So if I click on app, I get all kinds of stuff. However, if I click on status, my list is quite a bit smaller. Okay? So the bigger the word, the more the results. In other words, there's more things in service apps, for example, that have a relationship to app or micro or management or service, but it gets smaller as I go to smaller and smaller words. My information, my result sets become much smaller as I get to smaller words. And so the tag cloud works the exact same way. In service apps, the way this displays of the tag cloud, the words might be bigger, the ones that have more procedures, versus the ones that are smaller that have less procedures. Does that answer your question? Yeah. If this does anything here. Yep. Well, there we go. So that submitted a ticket. At least that part works. All right. All right. Let's see. I wish I could show you a little bit more about service apps or service the service bots, but it is just not cooperating today. Are there any other questions you guys have for me that I can answer? No? Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and probably wrap up here and get you about 30 minutes back of your day here. And then that'll be it. I appreciate you guys showing up for the training. I appreciate your participation and input and everything. And sorry we had some of the challenges we had, but we got through most of them. And then I guess I'll go and let you guys go.
Thanks so much.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Have a great
Bye-bye.
day. Bye.